Good morning. Welcome to our May Committee of the Whole. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and the first order of business is to adopt the consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And the motion carries. The next item of business is 2.01, the appearance of visitors, and I will first read the rules of engagement. Timer's not working. If we can get someone prepared to time.
I can time it.
Ms. Grayson can time at the right moment. Welcome to those who've signed up to speak before the board, and thank you for your interest in Greenville County Schools. Before we begin, each speaker's name is called. He or she should proceed to the podium at the end of the board dais where there is a microphone and a light system. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak to the board. The light system will be green for the first 2 minutes and will turn yellow when 1 minute remains on the allotted time, and you will just be notified of 1 minute by Ms. Grayson since our timer is not working properly. Abusive language or personal attacks aimed at students or staff is not permitted. All speakers are expected to behave in an orderly and respectful manner. The board will not engage in discussion with the speaker or respond to comments, but the superintendent will designate a member of the staff to respond to each speaker in an appropriate and timely manner. So we do have one speaker this morning, and I would like to invite Mr. Tim Bilderback to the podium. Good morning. Ms. Grayson, if you would keep our time, I'd appreciate it.
Can my time start after I say thank you? No? Okay. Yeah, thank you. My name's Tim Bilderback. Thank you for your tireless effort in making education a top priority and allowing me to speak to you today. My concern is student safety, both emotional and physical, and is based on my experience with Travelers Rest football team. I address these issues with the chain of supervision at TR. I quickly speak to power, policy, empirical data, and responsibility. French and Raymond identified 5 bases of power as reward, coercion, referent, legitimate, and expertise. There is an overuse and abuse of power at the TR football team, particularly yelling and screaming at players when teaching and training would be more effective. Players tend to worship coaches. So coaches already have referent power. Coaches have multiple rewards to provide players. They're the expert to the players. Players see the head coach as having legitimate power over not only the players but the coaches. So why do coaches so often defer to yelling and screaming to get their point across? It only leaves the player confused and second-guessing themselves and more prone to making mistakes, which in turn results in more coercive tactics. At times, coaches appear unprepared for drills. That leads to disorganization, which leads to players making mistakes and further coercive tactics. Why accept bullying behavior as a policy violation from our football coaches? We ignore it, we encourage it. I addressed excessive yelling there with the teachers, Mr. Lively, the AD. He told me, well, that was my opinion. He put his hand on the shoulder of Coach Gould and said, I hired him to determine that. He didn't address the athletic director, assistant athletic director. In a JV football game, a player displayed concussion, was staggering. The football coach waved him back on the field. I brought that up with the principal, and he laughed at me. Mr. Lively laughed at me and said, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around how a person with 27 years in the Army did not go out and grab that kid and take him off the field. He implied I was a coward. I have a Bronze Star. I served. Doesn't mean I'm a hero. I'm not a hero. I coached 10 years high school football. What I saw was disrespect. I was disrespected by the principal, by the coach. I took this through the chain of command. The behavior is unacceptable. The record of Ray Gould reflects abuse and yelling. I saw him lie. I saw tobacco use, excessive use, against policy. My question to you is, who's enforcing the policy? You set policies. You work hard here to set policies. Who enforces them? Spitting, dipping, yelling, screaming? It doesn't work. Study after study. I worked on my doctorate. I worked on studies. It doesn't work. Positive coaching line. I spent the last 10 years studying. And everything I read about and I'm knowing from 5th century BC, leadership and logic takes us away from that stuff. Whether you're reading Homer or you're reading whoever, Plato. Football's an emotional game, but there is no excuse for the coaching behavior I witnessed. My Army leadership experience.
Could you please wrap up, sir? You're about out of time.
Okay. 10 years of experience coaching taught me the positive path is more important. Thank you. And thank you for your graciousness.
Thank you. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is item 2.02, speech and debate programs, but I'm going to turn this over to now Ms. Goodwin Caldwell. She came in on time, but I had made a note that she was coming late, and I just proceeded automatically. Please forgive me, Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
That's okay. You can go
ahead. I turn it over to, no, thank you.
Since I lost my voice this weekend, you can
No,
go ahead.
you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. The first item on the agenda is 2.02, speech and debate programs, and I turn it over to Ms. Roletta.
I defer to you because you were called on first. You have my respect. Do you have anything else to say?
No, ma'am. You may take it.
Thank you. As many of you know, this has been my heart for many years. For 14 years on the board now, I have endorsed and supported the arts, all arts. And Mr. Bradley Wingate here is Director of Fine Arts in Greenville County. And he is doing a marvelous job. For many years, speech and debate fell under athletics. Can you believe that? Because it was an extracurricular. It was then moved to the English department. It's not English. It's a fine art. It belongs in speech and debate, and Bradley is the director of speech and is the director of fine arts now. So I'm very pleased to say that we finally have speech and debate in the place it should be. I really don't have anything else to say at this time except thank you, Bradley, for all the work you've done on this program, and I know it's been a lot, but you are my hero. Thank you.
Thank you for having us here today. Before we really get started, we probably need to talk about what is the difference between speech and debate, because they are two different things. Speech basically is the presentation by one, two, or sometimes a group of students that is judged against a similar type of presentation by others in a round of competition, versus debate, which involves an individual or a team of debaters working to basically to convince a judge that their side of a resolution is more valid. So I could go into a long explanation of exactly the differences between speech and debate, but we have two students here with us today that are going to give us examples of some of that. From Riverside High School, we have Mr. Patel. Mr. Kobe Watts from Southside High School first, and then Mr. Patel from Riverside High School. So Mr. Watts.
Sometimes I feel like a motorist dog. Sometimes I feel like a motorist dog. A long way Oh, you always hear people say, what's with the name? Well, you see, my name is Pearl, and very quickly you hear people say that Pearl's a lady's name, but oh, you can't forget. Ain't no way you can forget an African-American man named Pearl, who owns his own trophy of his garden. Oh, this? Well, you see, when I came to the address, it was Route 365. And then they changed it to 165, so I took it upon myself to put 165 in my garden. You know, after I went through all this work, they want to change it to 145. Now, do you know how hard it is to change a 6 into a 4? And all this has been going for 14 years. So, I keep 165 in my garden, and well, I put 145 on the mailbox. In 1993, they allowed me to go through a garden, pick up some plants, and take them home. They gave it to me to take a chance with it, and well, that's exactly what I did. Ooh, you see that plant over there? Well, you see, that's a phrase of fur. See, it usually doesn't belong here. It belongs in a much colder place. Oh, but it's here. Broken. Just like Ainsworth's study have shown that when a child is taken away from his caregiver, he develops an avoidant behavior. With a pearl, he changes his behavior and put it towards his garden, suggesting that sometimes you can never alter your past, but you can change your future. A man named Pearl, an autobiography by a man named Pearl Brims Dogwood. Now, people are going to say that you don't brim dogwood, but I do. And when I do, ooh, it looks like a ball. You see, those people go by the book, and when I don't go by the book, and when I get my own book, it's going to be stuff that you don't find in other books. You see, I take the plant people call junking and trash, and I take them home and turn them into a work of art. You see, it wasn't important for me to create a garden, but to create a feeling. That feeling that when you go through, you feel better than when you start. Because that's what really makes the people tip. Love. You see, my first role model was a man with a third-grade education who worked very hard, which was my father. He used to always tell me that, son, when you grow up, I want you to be somebody. And well,
I did. And my daddy was so strong, ooh, so strong, it seemed like he wasn't human at all. When everybody just be breaking down and losing it, he seemed calm. And I remember this one time, there was this big old tree, and oh, my mother? Well, my mother's a different story. You know, I just wish she had a little bit of strength. You see, one day, me and my father we was working in the fields. And I realized my mother didn't call us in for lunch, so I ran to have to see where she was to figure out that mother wasn't there. And I looked all over for mother until one day I came home looking for mother, and I seen Papa on the porch. Hey, Papa! Papa! Papa had this look on his face. He had this look of unbelief. Can you tell? My mother had killed herself. You know, for days, my father, he hasn't said a word until one day he looked right at me and said, you know, what was so bad that she couldn't tell me? And all I could say was, I don't know. And then you got these people trying to come to me and tell me how to feel. Your mother was sick, Pearl, she wasn't in her right mind. You shouldn't feel this way. Try to remember the good times. What good times? And look, I never got hugs and kisses like the normal kids get. Now, do you know how many nights I cried myself to sleep, rocking myself in the blanket, trying to feel the warm embrace of a mother's love? Now, look, I used to hate my mother, trying to figure out what kind of room would just leave a child in this empty sugar-coated world just to watch him die. You know, I'd never do that to my family.
You know, Mama, I remember when we was hanging clothes on the line. You used to chase me around the garden. I remember one day I was running in the garden and I stepped in the hole and you caught me.
He said, baby, I'll always be there to catch you. Remember that.
Mama, there were times when I needed you to catch me. There were times where I came home and yelled, Mama, and I was beaten by the silence. You know, I wondered to myself every day, did you ever think what this would do to me? Did you ever want to see what I'll become? You know, if there's one thing I learned in this world, is that it's going to be obstacles that seem too big to get over. You bite this phrase of fur and go against the element or you can die. But I choose to live. I don't want this hatred to pursue me. I hope I can forgive you. Maybe one day. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. A long way. Home.
Mr. Duke said that Kobe had to get back to Southside because he didn't want to miss U.S. history this morning. So he's on his way back to school. We're also very fortunate to have with us Mr. Patel from Riverside High School, and both Mr. Watts and Mr. Patel are students who are going on to national qualifiers, which we'll talk about in just a little bit.
I was in the 7th grade, an aimless soul wandering around not knowing what I wanted to do with my life. You know, because this was the age you were asked the most pressing question of any 12-year-old. What's your favorite superhero? Some said Batman, Superman, or even Aquaman. I wasn't friends with that kid very long. Everyone had their favorites, whereas I would reply with, my cousin. Oh, you don't know him. My cousin was the ideal son for any family. He made all A's, he helped out with volunteering, he planned events for his family, he knew what he wanted to do in life, and even got into college. Everyone knew he was going to be the one to break my family line of owning gas stations. He was my hero. So as a kid, I set my life up to be exactly like him. But as you know, things don't always turn out the way people want it to. He started to drink and party, to drift away from his college education, and eventually dropped out. He was looked down upon by our family and was forgotten for all the good he had done. Now, as a kid, I had no clue what had happened. But even understanding now, I would still call him a hero. Not in the ways of ruining opportunities, but in the way he made all A's, the way he planned events for his family, the way he helped out with volunteering. And that's what I want to talk about today. We shouldn't forget the good in people when we find out something bad about them. Why? Well, let's take on the role of some superheroes. First, we'll find the Batcave and see how role models are living the life from standards created by us. Then we'll go up, up, and away and see how role models' credibility goes down, down in the dumps. And finally, we'll assemble our own team of heroes. Sliding down the pole into the Batcave. No person in history is perfect. In his book, The Principal Archetype, pioneering psychologist Carl Jung argues that our subconsciousness carries around an entire cast of characters. Our ideal parent, teacher, romantic loved one, friend. And these characters are made up of from our past experiences, stories we've heard, maybe even our genetics. And they help us form a standard by which we judge the world. So if someone matches up to our idea of a friend, we label them pal. And we really like them. But when they do something that doesn't fit our friend archetype, we get really upset. They're acting out of character, not their personal character, but our character, the one in our heads. Jung argues that one of the jobs of therapy was to help us see people as people, not as archetypes. And that all makes sense. And it also explains what happens to our heroes. We have these icons of virtue, people we look up to. Then we learn more about them, or society's moral standards change. Then that person doesn't quite fit the image we superimpose on them. That person was supposed to act as a role model, a guy. And they let us down. Heroes. They don't quite live up to the hype. So who needs them? Well, we do. Whether it's a bird, a plane, or a person, we have the need to look up to someone. Maybe that's why we love superhero movies so much. A 2013 ABC News article by David Wright says, superheroes are the Greek gods of modern secular life. Otherworldly figures able to tackle the problem of this human world. And like the gods of Greek mythology, they can be flawed. In fact, some argue we need them to be flawed. Part of their appeal is that we can relate to them despite their being superhuman. And there's something pretty weird at work here. When Spider-Man deviates from his archetypal perfect hero, we see him as a real person. When superheroes make a mistake in a movie, it's all forgiven. But when a real-life role model makes a mistake, it ruins their image. We give those fictional superheroes a second chance, but we don't give our real-life heroes the same opportunities. Martin Luther King Jr. cheated on his wife. Abraham Lincoln said racist things. Beethoven tried to abduct his nephew. Charlie in the Chocolate Factory read a road dog, didn't like Jews. Enders game author Orson Scott Card hates gay people. Helen Keller is a plagiarist. And I could go on. And with your iPhone, you could spend the rest of your life learning the dark secrets of Walt Disney, Gandhi, or Mother Teresa. And to some of that stuff you might say, who cares? But to others, whoa, my mind is blown. In each case, an image of a great person is tarnished, diminished, lessened. Now, sometimes that can be a good thing, particularly when the person needs to be taken down. Lance Armstrong, for example. Lance Armstrong won the Tour de France record 7 times. He was a hero to millions and an inspiration to cyclists around the globe. He also spoke out against doping and illegal performance enhancement techniques. Of course, he himself was guilty of using those techniques. In a 2013 interview with Oprah, Lance says, "I'm a flawed character, as I well know." He was a fraud and a hypocrite. And no champion cyclist can look at him as a hero anymore, and that makes sense. In other cases, it's more complicated. Orson Scott Card is a good example. Card is an all-white Mormon who lives in North Carolina. He also opposes gay marriage. a 2013 Salon article, he claims that most homosexuals are self-loathing victims of child abuse who became gay. But you see, he also wrote a book called Ender's Game, a book about a boy named Ender who was experiencing bullying and felt like a social outcast. Now, most kids my age who were in middle school read this book, and it did connect with those people who were experiencing bullying or felt different, like gay people. So when members of the gay community heard about Card's politics, they felt betrayed. How could one write one way but vote the other? There were all sorts of calls to burn the books or boycott Ender's Game. And while I get that, I also think someone can love a book without having to love the author. Now, let me be clear here. I'm not saying we should forget when our heroes screw up or when they have different values from us. I'm just saying we should give our real-life heroes the same slack we give to our fictional ones. Take Tony Stark, Iron Man. He's egotistic, irresponsible, and in the second Avengers movie, created an evil robot that killed thousands of people. And he's the good guy. He's the hero. And we accept him for his flaws because they make him interesting. They make him complex. They make him human. Well, guess what? Real-life role models are human, too. And we should give them the same benefit of the doubt that we give to our fictional ones. Sure, individually, they may not be perfect. But that's why we need more than one. So let's assemble our team of heroes. Picking your team of heroes isn't as complicated as Samuel L. Jackson made it out to be. But it is important. A study conducted by the Behavioral Insights team of 2015, headed by Michael Sanders, sought to increase student intentions to attend college. Providing information to parents had little effect and reduced student intentions to attend. By contrast, a small talk from the graduate of the area proved highly effective and increased student intentions to attend in college. So through a role model, kids are more likely to make a better decision. Attending college. So let's assemble our team of heroes. Your team of heroes should live up to your standards. Look up to as many people as you can for the things they're best at. Have a hero in basketball, cooking, dancing, heck, even underwater basket weaving. Looking at you, Aquaman lover. However, your role models shouldn't be your role models for your entire character. If your goal is to become the greatest golfer, your role model might be one of the greatest golfers of all time, Tiger Woods. And there's nothing wrong with that. As long as Tiger Woods isn't your role model to be a husband or a father, you can forgive him. As long as Lance Armstrong is your role model for generosity and not athleticism or integrity or honesty, it's okay. As long as we assign our role models to the right role, we can forgive them for their faults. So today, we found the Batcave and saw how role models are living the life from standards created by us. Then we flew up and above and saw how role models' credibility doesn't fly that well. And finally, reassembled our own team of heroes. So I guess you could say looking up to my cousin wasn't so bad after all, because he did accomplish the main goal of our family. He broke the family line of owning gas stations. So I guess he still is my hero.
So the rest of my presentation is nowhere near as exciting as that. So speech and debate at the school level is sanctioned and governed by the National Speech and Debate Association. And their mission is, they believe that communication skills are essential for empowering youth to become engaged citizens, skilled professionals, and honorable leaders in our global society. Obviously, you've seen through these two presentations that through speech and debate, students involved develop critical thinking skills through application, analysis, synthesis, evaluation, and creativity. And so just a few of the benefits of participation that students experience is they learn how to do in-depth research. Obviously, they develop skills about logic. They learn how to organize their ideas. They learn how to manipulate language. I thought we saw that very clearly today in a very positive way. They learn how to assess their audience, build self-esteem, and they also engage in real-world events. So in Greenville County Schools, we have 6 high schools that have competitive speech and debate programs. And you can see the schools that are listed there: Eastside, Southside, Greenville, Malden, Hillcrest, and Riverside. So basically what happens is with competitive speech and debate, students participate in weekend tournaments, and then inside of each tournament there are multiple judged events. And so there's kind of a rundown of where we stand this current school year with the number of tournaments that our programs have attended, and at each tournament the number of events that students have participated in. And you can see there's a range there. You know, I think obviously Riverside attended 20 tournaments, and on the lower end looks like Southside attended 6 tournaments, and we've had upwards of 18 events entered at each tournament, and as low as 4. And so there is the long list of events that students can participate in at each tournament. There's obviously lots of debate events, speaking events, interpretation events, and storytelling right there at the end. In Greenville County Schools, we also offer speech and debate as an elective class that is non-competitive at J.L. Mann and Wade Hampton. And Southside is kind of the anomaly where they do have a competitive program that meets after school, and they also have it as an elective class that is non-competitive. So they have it in both aspects. And you can take a look at the speech and debate enrollment for Greenville County Schools over the last 4 years. You can see a lot of our programs have had increases. Specifically looking at Riverside back in 14-15 all the way up to this current school year. So those are the total number of students that are participating on the competitive side. And we're very fortunate that we have 4 of the 6 high schools that have competitive programs that will be sending students to the national qualifiers. It's going to be held in Fort Lauderdale this summer. 3 from Hillcrest, 2 from Malden, 20 from Riverside, and 3 from Southside. And the 2 students that you saw today, as I said earlier, will be participating in these national qualifiers this summer. So basically, what does speech and debate look like from the students' perspective? They start practicing in early June, and their season runs all the way through to the beginning. They start practicing in early August, and their season ends in early June. So pretty much it lasts the entire school year. They typically practice 3 days a week, 3 to 4 hours per session. They travel on the weekends, and you saw the total number of competitions and tournaments that they participated in. And then, of course, if they qualify for nationals, that they have summer practices, and the tournament for nationals is during the summer. So for some students, it truly is a year-round process. And then on the coaches' side, their responsibility is they have before and after school practices in either a one-on-one or small group setting, kind of like the way that you would if you were a track coach where you coached individual events. Speech and debate coaches coach each individual participation in that same way. So what you saw today, the actual coach would work with that particular student in a one-on-one format while the other students were off practicing, and then when that student's done, the other students would rotate back in. They travel and supervise students on the weekends. They coordinate and collaborate with their booster club to provide all the funding for their program, and then of course they handle all of the administrative responsibilities of paperwork and permission slips and all the other stuff that goes into running a competitive program. So in terms of what speech and debate coaches are paid to run these programs, you can see here our supplements are set up on tiers like all of our other supplements in the district. 0 to 3 years, they're paid $1,421, 4 to 7, $1,679, and then 8+ years, $1,939. And that amount of money is split across 20 paychecks that begins on August 30th and it ends on June 15th. And other supplemented activities in the district that are paid the same amount, you can see the list there. Those are all at the high school level for academic team, theater, and yearbook, and then, of course, FIRST Robotics that you guys approved, I think, 2 years ago. When I was doing my statewide survey on supplements, I did find it difficult to find many other districts that were providing a supplement for speech and debate, but you can see Lexington 5, their supplement is right at $3,000, and in Beaufort, their supplement is at $945. So if you look just at the flat supplement amount, we are right in the middle of that, but when you add our yearly pay for teachers on top of that, that actually puts us ahead of Lexington and Beaufort because we are in the top 5 with teacher pay across the state. So basically, what do speech and debate coaches have to do in order to earn the supplement? They hold practices before and after school, anytime basically outside of regular school hours. We require that they participate in all Greenville County tournaments. And then we also say that they need to participate in 3 or more additional tournaments, one of those being the South Carolina National Speech and Debate Association National Qualifier. So here's probably the biggest question. You know, how much does it cost in order to run a competitive speech and debate program? And you can see that there's a wide range there. We have some programs that are very large. Obviously, the more students that you have, the more that you travel, the more money that it's going to cost. So on the upper end, we have $118,000, and then on the lower end, we have $4,020. Some of the expenses that go into the total budget cost, obviously bus transportation to and from tournaments, and specifically for those that qualify for nationals, the airfare to get them there, lodging on the weekends, the entry fees for the tournaments, any sort of supplies associated with running your program, and then also if you host a tournament, having subs for the days that they're out, having to feed the students and the judges if you have a tournament, any sort of booster club supplies or fees, and maintaining their website, printing and postage, and then another large cost is the instructional materials for each event. So each event that you saw today is based off of a set of instructional materials that the teacher actually has access to, and they have to purchase those. So just in terms of looking at how the programs are funded, as a district, we provide them $700 per program, and then for every kid that's registered through the National Speech and Debate Association, we give them an additional $10 per student. 2 years ago, we added additional money to transportation to cover arts and academics transportation cost, and that's to cover the driver's time as well as the mileage. And that money is divided at the school level at the principal's discretion. Obviously, they do a tremendous amount of fundraising, and they seek out donations. And then each student pays a participation fee, and that amount is going to vary from school to school and program to program. So I was asked to look specifically at Broward County as they created a speech and debate initiative in 2012. Since 2012, they have initiated programs with speech and debate in all middle and high schools, and that is expanding down to the elementary and the centers, the other centers that they have in the district. Out of the 271,500 students in the district, 12,000 of those participate in speech and debate, and it's offered as a class and also as a competitive team. You might have seen recently, during the recent shootings in Florida, several students that were very visible in the media, and many of those students were actually speech and debate students who debated gun control earlier on in the school year. So obviously with looking at establishing new programs, there's obviously some challenges ahead. The first would be probably the lack of knowledge about speech and debate at the school level. The second hurdle would be securing skilled coaches at each school, because a lot of times unless you have had some sort of formalized training or you've participated in speech and debate, you might not necessarily bring to the table the skill set that it would take in order to have a highly competitive program. We also have very strong extracurriculars already in place at all of our middle and high schools, and then obviously the financial implication that you saw back earlier on the total budget. So in terms of looking towards the future, if schools are interested in establishing a program, we can certainly provide training and support. We have some very strong speech and debate coaches in our district, and we can look towards creating a mentoring training system where our speech and debate coaches with highly successful programs can work with those new teachers. And there's also training materials available through the National Speech and Debate Association that we can purchase. And that concludes my portion of what I've put together for you today.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Just love the students' presentation. Y'all are going to bring the trophies back home. This concludes the part of instruction. Ms. Roletta, would you like to say something else before I conclude this part?
Of course I would. Have you ever known me not to have something to say? According to research, students with speech and debate skills are better prepared with fundamental life skills that will benefit them far beyond high school. They are more prepared to deal with the variety of opinions and attitudes present in our daily society. They understand the nuances of communication and the variety of techniques and offerings that are present in life. They are more prepared for academic rigors when they enter adulthood. Speech and debate uses the 4 core zones of literacy: listening, reading, speaking, and writing, to teach fundamental communication skills. These skills align with the profile of the South Carolina graduate in that speech and debate students are better able to think critically, collaborate with others, and tap into their creative abilities. Speech and debate students are also able to take a position on local and national issues, formulate academic arguments, and support their opinions with credible, authentic research. Additionally, speech and debate enables students to conquer their fear of public speaking, a common form of anxiety which can range from slight nervousness to paralyzing fear and panic. Many people with this fear avoid public speaking situations altogether, or they suffer through them with shaking hands and a quavering voice. Speech and debate students overcome that fear with their very first competition. Madam Chair, I would like to ask for a moment of personal preference, personal privilege. Michelle, I would like to ask for a moment of personal privilege. I would like to introduce you to one of my students. He is the most accomplished, I just don't have, even with the skills in English I have, I don't have the words to describe this man. I didn't teach him at Riverside. I didn't teach him at Travelers Rest. I didn't even teach him in class at Greenville Tech when I was a professor there. I tutored him at Greenville Tech. Robert, would you please stand? This is Robert Colbert. And I would like for Robert, in his own words, to tell you why I am so proud of him and how much he has overcome and why he is my top performing student, even though I taught at Riverside and tutored at Greenville Tech and many other places. Robert, would you please take the floor and speak loudly? You're from the military. I know you can do that. Louder. Robert.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Colbert. Dana has been a huge inspiration in my life. We met due to, I had a stroke. I'm a 10-year Marine Corps veteran. And because of Dana's professionalism, she wants it to be more about me. But really, I just need to first thank God for all he did and bringing our relationship. She spent many tireless hours getting me through my challenges of being a stroke victim, have some brain problems as a result of that stroke. And so I graduated Greenville Tech on the Dean's List, and I'm currently a student at Southern Wesleyan. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you for the moment of personal privilege, Michelle. That's all I have to say right now.
Okay, are there any questions from board members for you? Mr. Lewis?
I was just going to ask previous speaker, there's a motion that came with this,
Correct.
but there is no motion on the floor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to make the motion? May I? I move we support and encourage the superintendent in developing a robust speech and debate program in every high school in Greenville County, including training for new and current speech and debate coaches.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Caldwell?
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Cristobal O'Connor?
Yes, I remember in the early days of being on the board, one other time where students came in and wowed us, and I'm so thankful that we had the chance to see that again. It is truly remarkable what speech and debate can do for students, and I certainly believe that to the extent that we are able, we should allow and afford all students who are interested in participating in speech and debate the opportunity to do so. So I appreciate Ms. Roletta bringing it forward, and I'm happy to support the motion.
Ms. Grayson and then Mr. Meek.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. Has the administration had the opportunity to do a fiscal impact study?
No, we don't have one. It obviously reasonably minimal impact, but we don't at this point have a fiscal impact study on it. We can certainly provide that information to the board.
I would like to see it before we direct the administration to do something, especially if it requires a millage increase.
Thank you, Ms. Grayson. Mr. Meek?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not quite sure what I'm being asked to do. I'm not sure what the motion does. I would expect the superintendent would be doing this already. We're going to support it throughout the district. So I'm not quite sure what this would be in addition to, or I'm just not sure why we're being asked to do this.
Ms. Roletta, would you like to address that?
I would like Dr. Royster to.
Dr. Royster?
The take that I get from that motion, Mr. Meek, at least in my mind, would be to support our efforts to expand that program, which, to your point, I think we already do those things. Now, if we put it in every school, to Ms. Grayson's point, obviously there's a fiscal impact to that. If we add one or two over a year's time, a couple more over another year or two's time, the fiscal impact is fairly minimal. We'll have schools that'll field teams and use supplements one year that don't necessarily field a team and use a supplement the next year, whether that be an academic team or an athletic team. So absent doing all of them in a confined period of time, I don't believe there would be substantial fiscal impact, but I also don't believe that motion is actually, I do not see it directing the administration to do something that we're not already doing, to your point.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lewis?
Just a clarifying question. So in the PowerPoint presentation, we listed what it appears to be there's 6 schools.
Yes, sir.
Where there are currently speech and debate programs?
Yes, sir.
Eastside, Greenville, Hillcrest, Malden, Riverside, and Southside.
Yes.
Are there schools that have approached us about having a speech and debate program that don't have one?
I personally have not been approached by that, but this is also kind of new to me. To answer your question, at this point, no.
So when I look at this list and I see they're fairly large schools that aren't on this list. I mean, J.O. Mann, for example. I mean, are we to assume that there is just not an interest among the faculty to offer a speech and debate program? I mean,
J.L. Mann did have a program, and I think if we go back to there. Okay, I took it out of the slide because for the last 2 years they've not had a competitive program.
Okay.
But in 14-15 and 15-16 they did have a program.
Okay. So schools' programs come and go. My understanding would be, from my experience with high schools, as advisors come and go. So when a teacher says, I want to run a speech and debate program, they run one, and you can see here there are schools that have exceptional programs with lower student enrollment and schools that have smaller programs with very high student enrollment, because it's based on the passion of that individual teacher to build that program's success.
Right. It's no different than if you had a choral program or a band program. It really is left to the responsibility of the teacher to build out the size and the enrollment and also the quality of the program.
The other thing that we sometimes overlook, and I know it's in one of those earlier slides, but as far as things that have student interest, we have some other extracurricular activities that would be similar that might compete for their interest. Model United Nations, Youth in Government, mock trial. Then there are multiple numbers of various oratorical contests. And I may have did I leave something out, Bradley?
Yeah, there are YIG, Beta Club, Model UN. Of course, all sports, all of the arts.
But as far as somewhat appealing to similar interests, the ones that might appeal to similar interests would be Youth in Government, mock trial, Model United Nations, various oratorical contests, academic team. So in other schools, you may have a stronger one or more of those. And in fact, there is, if I'm remembering this correctly, and I think Brooks is back there, and he can confirm or not this. I believe there is still a significant portion of FHA that is devoted to public presentation and similar speaking opportunities through the ag programs. So there's a great diversity of opportunity that might appeal to a student who has interest in those areas. Just like the fact that we have marching band and jazz band and strings, some of those appeal to different people with different musical interests. Some of them would participate in all of those opportunities.
So, I mean, I guess then I would, the follow-up question I ask is what I think my colleague asked earlier. What are we accomplishing with this motion through the superintendent that we currently aren't already doing? Because my understanding is we encourage all schools to offer all of these things as they choose to implement them within the culture of the community that they represent. So help me understand, if this motion passes, what it is you think the board is asking you to do that you weren't doing yesterday?
I believe it simply reinforces what we're already doing, because it does not ask us to do that to the exclusivity of other things. And to your point, what we want to encourage schools to do is offer opportunities that meet student need and interest, where they can identify people to appropriately guide, coach, and sponsor those activities. So to me, it does not have an impact other than you all endorsing our continued efforts to promote this opportunity along with others. And one might amend that to encourage the development of co-curricular activities, which I think is actually in your strategic plan that comes up in a few minutes. I believe we address co-curricular activities in a broad way in that strategic plan.
Okay, and then my final question would be, so there are schools that currently are choosing not to offer this program.
Yes, sir, for whatever reason.
Do you feel like that this is going to require those schools to do that?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rollouter.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell. Let me get my notes here. Through an oversight, which was, I'm sure, quite an oversight on Mr. Wingate's part, Riverside also has a competitive speech and debate team. In fact, it's the largest in the state. I'm sure that was an oversight. I want to also make note that Ruth McAllister, who was a teacher with me, an English teacher with me at Riverside High School, and I was her assistant speech and debate coach. She is not able to be here today. She is a legend among speech and debate in Greenville County because she started it in Greenville County at Riverside High School. Her son is ill. Have a question, several. Mr. Wingate, did all of our participating schools indeed participate in the required speech and debate national qualifier tournament?
I do not have that information for this current school year because I just sent out the supplement requirement verification forms last week, and they're due to me this Friday. However, I can certainly give you that information when all that's compiled.
I can give you that information now.
Okay.
East side.
Okay.
As far as the cost and the fiscal impact, I too would like to see that before we make a final decision, not necessarily before we vote today, but before we go to budget and do all of our huge budget items. I think that's a great idea, and thank you, Ms. Grayson, for asking that. I did not put it on my agenda request. One of the reasons we don't have a robust program at J.L. Mann anymore is because, or any of the other schools that don't participate anymore, is that we don't pay enough for the work. Remember, it's a year-round job. Year-round. If you do it right and you coach individually. You can't take a team out like a football team and coach them all at one time and then send them home. Each student must be coached individually unless they're in a duo, and you're going to see a duo at some point later, I believe in June, is that correct? At the June board meeting, is that correct?
That's possible. We haven't formally done that. No.
Yes, okay, thank you. Not all, I want you to understand this too, not all high school students and high schools want a speech and debate program, and it's okay. If they have no need for one, if the students don't want it, it's fine. I put in the motion all high schools because you see the value in it. Right now, we're not ready for that. It's a step-by-step process, as you know. One last thing. Some very famous people, movie stars, who have participated in speech and got their start in speech and debate. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell, you'll have to help me with the name here, but the Black Panther, what was his name?
You put me on...
his real name.
Chadwick Boseman.
Chad Boseman, thank you, I couldn't remember it. Chad Boseman got his start in the speech part of speech and debate. Josh Gad, y'all know Josh Gad, he got his start in the speech program of speech and debate. And Brad Pitt, listen carefully, this is very important. You would think Brad Pitt got his start in the speech portion of speech and debate. However, he got his start in the debate portion of speech and debate. I'm not sure, but he and Angelina Jolie did divorce, and it was quite contentious. It was probably because Brad Pitt could argue the feet off of her because he was in speech and debate. That's really all I have to say. This program is extremely valuable, and I would appreciate your vote to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roletta. We have 3 other speakers, and I think we only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to extend the time for 10 minutes after that. Next is Ms. Wells.
Thank you. I have just the most incredible respect for the students and the coaches that do speech and debate. It is, I know it's a time-consuming thing, and that's evidenced when you present your craft. The first student I ever saw do a presentation was actually at Hillcrest High School. We went there, and I will admit, I cried. I mean, it was so moving. It was really great. So I have a lot of respect for what you guys do. It is, I guess, one of the few that actually goes year-long. And I know from a couple of the high schools that I'm familiar with that don't have these programs, one of the reasons they don't have the programs is because you don't have advisors who are willing or able, outside of the money, it wouldn't matter how much you pay them, they're just not able or willing to spend the entire school year in that sort of intensive work. So I think it's not likely that we would have all of our high schools have a speech and debate program, and you wouldn't want to have one that's not robust. So I don't think we should have one just for the sake of having one. I have a question related. So I think theater, in a lot of ways, the presentations are often similar in terms of the craft that you can develop in your communication skills. How many high schools in the district, Mr. Wingate, have theater programs?
All 14 high schools have theater programs in some capacity. Most of them have the classes offered during the day. There's at least one high school that does not offer the class during the day, but it is offered as an extracurricular after school.
Okay, okay. So some of, again, those are similar. Like Dr. Royster was saying, we have a lot of things here that are sort of similar and maybe don't have the same sort of time commitment. I would imagine theater does because they run multiple productions. So it could be that some of the offset in speech and debate compared to years ago is that we have more theater opportunities, and so kids that might do speech and debate are now funneling into theater instead. Is that possible that that's kind of what's happening to us a little bit?
Yeah, I think maybe possibly in schools that don't have programs, yes, that's very much a possibility.
Okay, okay. I think it's really important that we support all the co-curricular activities. If you're doing speech and debate, I imagine you can't do band or chorus or those other things.
I will say, I taught at Southside for 5 years, and they have a highly competitive speech and debate program. And I worked with the speech and debate coach to coordinate our practice schedules because we shared a lot of the same kids. So it really, internally, you have to work together in order to make it happen. Okay,
because I saw those. If you're working 3 or 4 days a week, 3 or 4 hours after school, then you're not doing marching band competitions, and you're not doing some of those other things. Okay, so it's good. It's not to the exclusion of anything else. They can work with that. Okay. Well, I'm supportive of all the co-curriculars. I appreciate the work that the administration's done to bring some stipends and bring those things in. I guess I would have a concern that if we pass a motion that specifically speaks to speech and debate but doesn't speak to the other co-curriculars, is that giving the impression that the board finds that more important than the others, marching band and the other things? And I personally don't feel like that's something I would want to do. So given that there's no, Dr. Royster says he's doing the things that he needs to do to address this motion, I'm hesitant to support the motion because I think it, again, gives an impression that I don't want to give. I think speech and debate is more important. So,
Ms. Goodwin.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Morrison-Fair.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. We only have 3 schools that have speech and debate as an elective class. Is that correct? Did I understand?
Yeah, I pulled the information from Power School, the classes that are being offered for next year as an elective, and those are the 3 schools that are offering it as a class during the regular day. And there may be a bleed over, for example, at Southside, when I said they have both programs, there may be a bleed over of kids that are part of the competitive program and also involved in the elective class, just depending on the student interest.
Okay, is that something maybe we can look at to have other schools have that class as an elective class?
Yeah, so the schools have a wide menu of options to choose from when students sign up for class, and it's my understanding that basically all of the options are laid out, and then based off of the number of students that actually request the actual class, that's how they determine the actual classes that are offered as electives.
Okay, and that would also mean an instructor for that. Okay, so that would have a physical impact.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But I think to Bradley's point there, if you get a certain number who indicated interest in the class, you would be teaching those students, obviously, something during that class period, so it lends itself to assigning a teacher to do it for that class period. I think what's interesting is the disparity between there are schools that have the competitive program and they don't have the class, and they have large numbers in the competitive program, but apparently don't have perhaps the interest in taking that as a class option. In either way, you know, they're benefiting from being a part of it, whether it's a class or whether it's a co-curricular or whether it is a combination of the two.
And then my other question is, have we looked at other ways, because it seems like the financial costs are, you know, one of our barriers. Have we looked at other ways of like booster clubs, and maybe I heard you mention that you had people that were willing to train other speech and debate people throughout maybe the state of raising funds to support that program in Greenville?
Well, I think it kind of goes back to, again, if you are a band director or a strings teacher or a theater teacher, you know, part of your responsibilities, and it's not something that you're really trained on when you go to college, but part of your responsibilities is to figure out the financial funding in order to make your program work the way that it needs to work. So I would say that, you know, things that teachers could potentially or coaches could potentially look at would be partnering with local businesses for sponsorship, which, again, if the information that I shared with you with Broward County in Florida, they do have business partnerships to help fund students' participation in those type of events. So, again, I think that, you know, we could certainly look at something like that large scale, but I think really at the end of the day, because each program is different and each school is different, and there are going to be different needs in different programs, that really it kind of comes down to the teacher sitting down or the coach sitting down to figure out, you know, where are my resources and how do I levy those resources in a way that best supports students.
And one other thing, as the motion reads, I can support the motion as it states here, but I don't know maybe if Ms. Rowlett is asking that we put a line item in our budget to support speech and debate, but it does not say that in the motion. The motion just says to support and encourage the superintendent in developing a robust speech and debate program in every high school, which is what we're doing now.
And you actually already have an allocation formula, and I believe Mr. Wingate has it. Didn't you have that a slide for that, Bradley? You have an allocation formula. There it is, $700 per program, $10 per student that's registered with National Speech and Debate, in addition to paying the supplement of the individual who coaches the team. The other thing that I would mention, because it fits in here, though it is not directly related to speech and debate, as Wells mentioned that earlier, for several years the administration has recommended and the board has been most supportive of providing funds to assist schools with extracurricular programs. If you think back several years ago, the amount that we did to support extracurricular was very minimal. And over the last several years, we have taken over their activity buses, so they no longer have that expense other than paying a use charge to use them. You provide them an allocation to help pay that use charge. We've taken over all of their athletic field maintenance. We put a program in place to buy band instruments and string instruments and to maintain those and to replace them, and band uniforms. We provided additional broad allocation for support of pupil activities. All of those things then take pressure off the local schools' local funds, which allows them more flexibility to use those funds to address what comes up short. When you look at the amount we're able to provide them, it helps them have more funds available to fill those holes. It also helps to create equity across the district because we're providing that for every school in every community without regard to the ability of that local community to provide. We're making sure that the base things are in place to allow for the efficient and effective operation of co-curricular programs.
Thank you.
Ms. Levin as well.
Thank you. Mr. Wingate, would you go back to that previous slide where it has all of the, there you go, the options for students to be involved in? I love speech and debate. I have the utmost respect for all of our students that are involved in how they represent us, not only in the district, but throughout our nation. I feel that having specifically pointed to speech and debate and wanting to do more and more, I think it would take away from all the others. And like Ms. Wells stated, there's so many other schools that focus on other things that their students are involved in. And I would not want to pressure schools into implementing a speech and debate program if they don't have the manpower or the interest, because their interests lie in other areas. And so, it would be, and just like Dr. Royster stated, we have that item in the budget for schools to determine how they want to allocate their money into what programs. And I think that gives us the leeway to work with what we have in our budget. And I really strongly believe that what we have in place is great, and what the discussion has been very enlightening. And I don't, the motion on the floor, it's kind of vague, and as Ms. Grayson stated, I mean, we really need to do a little more in depth in this. So I most likely will vote against this until we have more information, but I don't want to take away from all the other programs. This is a great program. Riverside has always, and Southside and Eastside and Greenville High, as well as others, have done a fantastic job with everything that they've been involved in. But there are other high schools, too, that are doing equally as great things in other areas. And so I thank you for bringing this, and I enjoyed listening, and I know they will do very well at National in Fort Myers, in Fort Lauderdale. And so thank you.
Thank you. We have three more speakers, so I need to extend again. How many minutes do you need, Ms. Roletta?
20. 15.
What about you?
2.
2, 4. I'm going to extend for 8 minutes. I'm going to give you 4. Okay?
Okay. Without objection.
Without objection. Okay. Ms. Roletta.
I know that you all remember the Broward County shootings and how horrific that was. And I know you also know that those students have started a national campaign to stop gun violence. Those students, I'm sure you saw them on TV. I'm sure you saw the student crying because she had lost some of her best friends. And people accused them of acting. They were hired actors. People accused them of being coached to do what they said, that they just memorized cue cards. Well, they were coached. They were coached in speech and debate. The last fall, their topic for speech and debate was gun control. Think about that. They were ready. They knew what to say. They were emotional because their friends had been killed, but they were ready. Broward County requires all of its students in all of its schools, except elementary, to take speech and debate. Another thing is, in regard to theater, and I understand Ms. Wells' interest in theater, and you know I'm a great supporter of theater. I took theater in high school and college. But this is not theater. I don't know if Mr. Bradley Wingate did not have time to present all of this information, but this is not theater. It is not acting. The students, in fact, the students may not look at each other. In acting, you look in the eye. In speech and debate, you may not look at your partner. You may not look, you can look at the audience. You may not look directly in a duo, and there are multiple duos. I wish we could have had a comedy duo, a humorous duo here. You would fall over laughing, and maybe we can do that sometime. But they are not allowed to look at each other. They are not allowed to touch each other. In fact, in just this last year that they are allowed to, in the introduction, and I know you noticed there's a point where they did part of their piece and they hesitated and then they introduced the actual piece itself with the author. In the introduction, they are allowed to touch each other this year. This just started. Nothing overt, no hugging, nothing like that, just a touch. In the perfect world, we would have, in the perfect Greenville County world, we would have a speech and debate program, a robust speech and debate program in every middle and high school. I know that's not possible. I know we have to take baby steps both financially and in our hiring of coaches and everything else. Dr. Royster, would you remind me about the line item in the budget for speech and debate or fine arts?
Mr. Wingate has a slide. I don't know the line item total. It would be lumped into Mr. Knott's. That line item total would be where? In our current budget? Yes, sir.
Would you please go to the microphone? Thank you.
But the amount is what you see up there. That would be what would be reflected that would be available to a school that has a program. So $700 for the program and $10 for every student that's in it, plus whatever salary the debate team coach receives based on years of experience. And there are 3 different salary points.
That would be the allocation as far as in the general fund base budget every year that we provide to these schools.
Are those funds transferred to their pupil activity account, not the supplements?
Yes, sir, they are.
So it would ultimately, the money for this year is now sitting out in those schools because it was transferred to their pupil activity account. The supplement money remains in our salary accounts because we pay the supplements.
Dr. Royster, what about next year?
We would have budgeted consistently with this year.
Would there be more money in the accounts next year?
There'll be more money in the supplement account because the supplements or schedules are always increased by the amount that you vote to increase employee salary schedules.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. I understand that.
And also based on how any coach getting from one band to another band.
I don't want to put a question there that's not actually your question. Is your question, if a school chose to add this next year, would we be able to cover that?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Because there's from one year to the next, schools drop and add programs, which creates some space in that budget, because again, we're not going to budget to 100% based on this year's actual exact expenditures, because of movements such as that would create a good deal of financial problems for us.
What about funding for speech and debate coaches? It actually goes back to when Ruth McAllister taught speech and debate at Riverside. She had speech and debate classes. She taught it in classes. She didn't have to teach it as a supplement, or as not supplement, but as an extracurricular. She had classes. She had 5 classes of speech and debate. She taught English at one time, and she ended up with 5 classes of speech and debate, which she coached at home until 10 and 11 and 12 o'clock at night, because there was no other time. She was teaching all day. What about salaries for speech and debate coaches, and what is the likelihood, step by step? I know this is not happening tomorrow. I know it's not happening, anytime soon. However, in baby steps, as we like to do things, can we not start increasing what we pay speech and debate coaches to become teachers of speech and debate, to enable us to have speech and debate classes in our high schools?
Well, now, those are really sort of 2 separate questions.
Yes, sir. Right
now, whether a principal selects to have a teacher assigned to teach a class would be based on student demand. My experience with that, in both supervising principals and having been a high school principal, would be if you had 25 to 35 students interested in taking speech and debate, you'd have a section of speech and debate. If you had double that number, you'd have 2. To your point, if you had 150, you'd have 5 sections of it. Just like any other elective, the demand would drive you putting that on the schedule. If there are 150 students that want speech and debate, that's 150 students that aren't taking something else. So you would assign a teacher to teach them speech and debate. That's really not a matter of money. That's a matter of putting your resource where you have student demand for that resource.
Yes, sir, and we've always done that.
Excuse me, Ms. Rolletta, you can see that it took the whole 8 minutes. If these are some things that you can discuss with Dr. Royster at a later time, I
certainly can.
I have 2 other speakers.
I certainly can, and
Thank
I
you,
yield the
ma'am.
floor.
Without objection, I extend for 6 minutes. Okay, I have 3 speakers now, so each one of you have 2 minutes, okay? Cristobal O'Connor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that one of the reasons I was happy to go along and support this item, Ms. Rolletta was very modest in her ask. She originally had planned to require expansion to all middle and high schools, and also adding to the supplement for which would have been a budgetary item. And then she decided against those big asks, and instead simply to draw positive attention and endorse and support the work the administration is doing to bring positive attention to the program and to make equitable access so that all students would understand and have the opportunity to participate. I have heard Dr. Royster respond to multiple questions saying the impact financially would be negligible, that he imagines that a couple of schools per year may decide to participate given the coaching supplements available to them and encouragement for the value of the program, that she's not asking to expand or increase the pay for those supplements, and that it is not to the exclusion of anything else, and that schools are not required to do it. So I cannot imagine a simpler ask, and I would encourage the board just to go ahead and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Ms. Grayson.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. My objection is not to speech and debate. I love speech and debate. I
am concerned that we have drifted towards making decisions top-down that need to be made from the ground up. It looks like the principals need to make this determination. They know the demand, they know the students. I don't think that there is I guess I would recommend, a decade ago we cut funding to all the arts, and we're slowly building that up. So if the board is going to take an action to support extracurricular activities, we need to do that and just say, okay, we're going to start supporting extracurricular activities, all extracurricular activities, and not go one by one for several reasons. One, it would take us until next year to go through them all. Two, the administration has already said that they are supporting them all. And three, we're trying to make this decision independent of fiscal impact. So I'm going to vote against this motion, not because I don't think speech and debate is a great idea and should be in every high school, but I think we need to look at how to provide the supports to make that happen if the students want it, rather than passing a motion from up here on the dais, directing the superintendent to direct the high schools to do something that they may or may not have any interest in doing. So again, for the people in the audience, this is not a vote against speech and debate. This is a vote against piecemeal directives instead of addressing things as a whole from a broad level and allowing principals to develop the programs that meet the needs of their students. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Grayson. Mr. Sutter?
Mr. Wingate.
Yes, sir.
Pros and cons of speech and debate, what are they? Just make one pro and one con be fine.
Okay, I'm going to take you back here to the beginning. Right there. There's a whole list of pros. That essentially, at the end of the day, participation in speech and debate creates smarter, more logical, well-rounded students. But again, there's a whole list of things that they gain from participation.
Which one's the most important?
Oh.
All of them.
You're not Mr. Wingate.
From my personal perspective, yes. And again, this is just me on a personal level, I would say probably the development of logic.
All right. What's the con to it?
It is a huge time commitment if you're going to do it the right way. From the student's perspective, it's a huge time commitment, much like any other successful activity that you're going to participate in. If you're part of a successful state championship football team, you're practicing 5 days a week, So it's a huge time commitment for students.
What would you have the superintendent do to develop a robust speech and debate program that he's not already doing?
Well, I talked to the superintendent first. But in all seriousness, I think probably what we would probably need to do is just reach out maybe to those high school principals to see if there is interest in the schools where the programs don't currently exist. And if there are, then maybe baby steps in terms of seeing what that student interest might look like, and then once they have an idea of what a competitive program really entails, seeing if all of the components could fit into place before putting that in place at a school.
What is the biggest con to it, or against?
I think to do it the right way really is going to come down to the financial implication of it, if it's going to be done the right way.
Well, if I understand correctly, to pay a person to be the coach of that, they've got to be totally committed to it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not necessarily saying the financial implication for paying the coach. I'm talking about to run the program. Because if you're traveling 20 weekends out of the year, and you are, you're traveling out of state for various things, lodging and transportation and all of those costs. That's the financial implication.
Where do you find the students?
Again, I think it goes back to the teacher seeking out the students. I've always said that success breeds success. So, if the teacher can have some success with a couple of students, I think that begins to kind of snowball, or could potentially begin to snowball, and to create a larger, more robust program that's being asked for.
Mr. Sutter, excuse me, how much longer
A
do you
minute,
need?
15 seconds.
Okay, without an objection, I would like to extend for 4 minutes because I have another one after him.
Yes, sir.
It looks like to me that the biggest problem is finding a student that is willing to make that tremendous commitment. Because that, to me, that would take an extraordinary person to do that. And I'm sure when they start out, they may not have that, and they develop it just like they do other talent. Thank you. One question, Dr. Royster. What would you do if I vote and say, yes, we need to do this? What would you do that you're not doing?
I don't believe there would be anything that we would do that we're not already doing, because we're already encouraging schools to develop across the board co-curricular activities that not only support student interest, but further develop their skills. And Brad shared those with you, and you can look at those and you can see many other co-curricular activities that help to build similar attributes. One thing that's not up there is discipline. This is a very disciplined event. You can think back on your experience with athletics. That's very disciplined. That instills discipline in students. Bradley's experience in being a band director, that instills discipline in students. All of these things have multiple benefits in developing well-rounded individuals. And as we all know, supplement what goes on in the classroom, and there's all kind of research that supports, no matter whether it's band or chorus, or if it's speech and debate, or if it's football or basketball or track, if a student participates in an extracurricular or co-curricular activity that requires a significant time commitment, not just being in a club, but a significant time commitment, they perform better in school, they're less likely to have discipline problems, their attendance is better, and they generally end up being more successful in later life. So there are great benefits to all these co-curricular activities that require that kind of commitment on the part of students.
Well, according to what you're saying, if I vote in favor of this, there's not going to be anything specific you're going to do, or you're being asked to do, or you're being required to do.
That would be my interpretation of that motion.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
That's all I have.
Okay. Ms. Bush?
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to put this all together, and the fact that I have sat here and heard, and I want to add to my comments about what a fabulous performance both of these young gentlemen have provided for us here this morning. Makes me very proud to be a trustee for Greenville County Schools and be able to support in any way what these young people need to be able, for them to be able to be so eloquent and all of the performances and the time, and that not only them, but I'm sure their coaches and their teachers and their parents and that have put into this. And I think we're in a dilemma here where we want to acknowledge all that work, but yet you feel like if you acknowledge one, you deplete from the other by saying, well, is this, we're in a situation where is one more valuable than the other? Is ROTC, is drama, and what I'd like to do is to make a substitute motion and say to encourage the superintendent's continued robust support and development of all co-curricular activities throughout all Greenville County schools.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion? I need. Briefly, Ms. Roletta.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bush did just exactly what I was going to ask that Ms. Grayson do, to make a substitute motion. I think maybe some of you can now see why I am so gaga about speech and debate. You also have some handouts that I would appreciate your taking time to read. It came from the National Speech and Debate Association, and it explains more about what speech and debate is about. Mr. DeHessa gave me these to use. You also have at your place, at your desk, a little phone thing from Southside High School. If you will notice, who has one available to show? Yes, what Ms. Lavinis Wells has. You have one of those. I'm sure you know what they are. You can peel the sticker off the back and stick it on the back of your phone. And then you can put different cards in it. This is, okay.
Okay, Ms. Roletta, we need to bring it to a vote.
All I'm saying is read your handouts. Thank you very much.
Okay, all in favor of the substitute motion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The motion passes. Okay, I guess that concludes.
Got to vote down the original motion.
What do I do?
The substitute. It voted it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the substitute motion passed. The previous motion was voted down. And now we can move on. Okay, this concludes the section.
Ms. Goodwin Call, if I may, just to clarify.
Mr. Webb.
The motion now needs to be voted as substituted. So now there needs to be a vote, a substantive vote on the motion as substituted.
Okay. All in favor of the substitute motion?
The motion as substitute.
The motion as substitute, say aye. Aye. Those opposing? The motion passes. Turn it back over to Dr. Christopher O'Connor. Good job.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Rollletter. And I will now turn the administration portion over to Ms. Wells, but I would like to give everybody just a very quick restroom break in between. Because people are looking like they need it, and I would like to say,
She's the chair.
give them a chance. 3 minutes if you need to grab something to drink or take a restroom break. Perhaps the brief break and pass the gavel to Ms. Wells.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Item 3.01, the Strategic Ed Plan 2018 to 2023. We do have a recommended motion from the administration, but I'm going to let Dr. Royster turn it over to him to present an update.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. You should have in your board material for today a revised version of the strategic plan where we attempted to capture the items that the board had approved individually for inclusion in the draft that were also in accord with the administration to place those items in the draft. We also cleaned up, there were some perhaps grammatical changes that don't change the meaning of the contents that were made. You also have a revised blending of the trustees' 5 focus areas and the stakeholder focus areas to try to bring unanimity to the two. You have that in your strategic plan, and you also have that, you should have a printout copy of it at your place. But all the changes were included in the document sent to you, and in fact, this one I believe was included earlier this morning, but it would not have been in the one that was sent to you last week. And the language where there was a change made from the draft is struck through, and the new language is inserted, making it easier for you to follow and to keep up with it. So that simply is our updated draft reflecting those changes. Ms. Brinkman is going to do a brief presentation about that, and I think there are also some members of the steering committee that are here that you may recognize. Ms. Brinkman?
Okay, thank you. You pretty much covered what I wanted to say. The only other thing I would add to that is that We did realize that a waiver from the State Department was inadvertently left out. It's a waiver pertaining to Washington Center and some of its unique needs. So it has also been inserted in the plan and was in the copy that was sent to you a week or so ago. And then the new language this morning on the priorities has been uploaded to Board Docs. So the version on Board Docs is our most accurate and most up-to-date. I did want to recognize two people who are in the audience today who were good enough to both sit on our stakeholder team in those meetings back in January and also helped co-chair some of our action teams. Dave Stafford from Michelin. Dave was co-chair of Action Team 2, which you know is our premier workforce. And then Matt Tebbetts from Greenville Federal Credit Union, the Vice President of Marketing and Communications there, served as our Action Team co-chair for Area 5, which is community engagement and communications. They have been good enough to ask about the plan over the last few months and kind of keep up with its progress, so I let them know that we were talking about it again today and appreciate their attendance here. As I said, they also sat in on the 2-day stakeholder meeting and gave great input in that, and we appreciate them very much. I didn't want to go back through the presentation since we did spend a good bit of time on this last month. I think you got a good overview of both the process and where we are on the plan. So we're just going to open it up now for questions or comments.
Okay. Dr. O'Connor.
Yes, thank you very much. And I had, as I mentioned before we stopped last time, a couple of additional motions, and I would like to start with a motion that is, let me explain the purpose of it and then state the motion. When we are moving toward the G+ goal of making sure that we offer multiple pathways and opportunities for those who are college-going as well as career-bound.
Interrupt a second.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking to this chairman here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I understood correctly, Dr. Ball O'Connor is going to make an amendment. We don't have a motion on the floor yet.
Good point.
I'm sorry.
So if, Dr. O'Connor, if you would like to make the main motion
Yes,
before you make your amendment.
Move to approve the strategic education plan.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the strategic ed plan. Dr. O'Connor, continue.
Okay, this amendment relates to making sure that as we are making our offerings more robust towards college and career readiness, that we also have one place in the plan where we measure the percentage of students who are receiving the prerequisites for four-year college going as per the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education. And I've learned during this time that there's such a small difference between what our state already requires our students to accomplish and those that would be considered ready for four-year college. And that really pretty much boils down to one extra foreign language course each year and a fine art. The 3 sciences we already have, just making a third one a lab instead of just 2 as labs. The window is very slight between those. And the only thing my motion will do is to say we want to track and follow this so that wherever we are, which I know many of these goals will start out by saying to be determined once we figure out where we are exactly, that we make a modest increase to that each year of 3%. So the motion is to increase by 3% per year the number of students completing the prerequisites outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education.
Second.
Okay, and if I may continue to speak to the motion? Ms. White.
Madam Chair, would you mind repeating? I can't type that fast.
Increase by 3% per year the number of students completing the prerequisites outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education. And if the motion is successful, I believe it will be the only place in the strategic ed plan where this board sets its sight on monitoring and growing those students who are prepared for the four-year college experience. there are multiple places in the plan that address enhancing opportunities for career and technical education, and I just want to be sure that among our action items, we are measuring progress for this group as well. And one of the guidance counselors that I spoke to said that it always helps when you're measuring something for guidance counselors to be perhaps a little bit more cognizant of making sure that those offerings are made. And what is interesting in the readings and that I've been doing in preparing for this is that the students who are most likely to benefit from this motion are those that are not the traditional college-going students, rather those who need a little bit of extra encouragement. And it is specifically important in closing the achievement gap in ways of outreach to students who might not know that with just a little bit more effort, with the additional foreign language class and a fine art, they too would be qualified for the four-year college experience. If they choose to do something else, that is fine, but what we're doing is making sure that we're opening doors rather than closing them, especially for this vulnerable group. So I would very much appreciate the support of the board in this motion.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Ms. Morrison-Fair.
Yes, I would definitely like to speak to the fact that increasing by 3% per year the number of students completing the prerequisites would be a positive, a win-win in all situations for the district and also for the students of this district. I see targeting foreign language as a plus, especially if we plan to graduate students who will be competitive in this global environment. It will make students competitive, and it also give and increase opportunities not only in the economic field, but even in other areas that we graduate students in.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair. Mr. Meek.
I guess I don't understand exactly what is outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education. If I understand the amendment, you're asking us to approve something that I have no idea what we're approving. What South Carolina Higher Education, what they said. They could have said, we should paint all the school buildings red. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Meek, Dr. O'Connor spoke to that in her motion. The difference between high school diploma requirements and the Commission on Higher Ed prerequisites as it stands now is that they call for an additional foreign language. So if you want to attend one of our state universities, you have to have 2 foreign languages and not 1. So they have that requirement. So it's an additional foreign language, and it's a fine arts requirement that you must take a fine arts while you're in high school. So those are the 2. There's on the science, the high school diploma requires 3 credits. The Commission on Higher Ed requires 3 credits of science, but they ask that those all be lab sciences, where the high school diploma calls for 2 lab sciences and then another science that does not have to be a lab science. So the difference is in what we're saying is we want students to have an additional foreign language, and we want to require that they have a fine arts and that all their sciences be lab sciences.
What's the State Department of Education saying? I mean, where are they in line with this? Are they requiring this? Are they asking us to do this? Or is this something that's come up with our board?
So this is something this is being brought by the board to align, to have a way to track the alignment of students that we're preparing to enter college by giving them what's outlined as college.
Will it make it more difficult for our students to graduate?
No. Dr. O'Connor, can Dr. O'Connor? I said no. Okay. Well, I guess we could ask Dr. Royster. Would you like to answer that question for Mr. Meek? Will it make it more difficult for our students to?
Well, may I just
Dr. O'Connor, we get with
Okay,
Dr.
that's fine.
Royster.
Yes, if I might, and speak to a couple of things that Mr. Meek brought forward, and then provide some insight, at least from the administration's perspective on this. The Commission on Higher Education in South Carolina is technically the group that governs higher education. And when I say technically, they do that to some degree. There's also variance among the state-supported schools within the state as to what they require. For example, some of them would admit you to school without foreign language. Some, Clemson, would require you to have, for the most part, 3 years of a foreign language. So even though there is a charge to the Commission on Higher Education to regulate higher education, they do that to one degree or another. There is no requirement from the State Department of Education related to college admission requirements. Again, that falls to CHE, but really, in actuality, in our state, more particularly to individual colleges and universities. And it is true that those are generally the coursework that colleges, four-year colleges, look for on a student transcript. So for our students entering a four-year college, that would be advantageous to them to have those things. But let me share my concern, and it has to do more with the measure of it than it does with the motivation of the measure. The motivation of the measure I agree with. The measure itself I have some concern about. We don't, based on our past probably 20-plus year history, we really don't need an impetus for counselors to guide students to a four-year college. That's not been a concern, and we don't want it to. The issue's been really making certain that our students were aware of all the opportunities and all the paths that lie before them to realize their career goals. What we're trying to build to is a system where within each of those careers, our counselors, our teachers, our administrators make students aware within the career they may be interested in, or in multiple careers they may be interested in, all of the pathways forward, which, to use medical careers as an example, it might be everything from becoming an EMT, which we teach in our high schools. You can go to work the day after you graduate with that certification and be an EMT, all the way up to a pediatric neurosurgeon, which requires years and years of post-secondary medical school training. We want to make sure they lay out all those opportunities and what might best fit a student, and not discourage them from any path forward, but encourage them towards the one that is most meaningful to them. By putting a number on this of moving it by 3% every year, then what we're saying is we're moving X number, because we don't have the number in front of us. We're going to move that by 3% every year without regard to what they might or might not want to do. What I would be in favor of doing, more supportive of doing, would be how can we ensure those who wish to go to four-year colleges and are thinking about that as an option, how do we make certain that they have the coursework that they should have? And that, I do not believe that's best accomplished through an arbitrary 3%. Right now, about 80-some-odd% of our students go to college. But when you look in that 80%, about half of those matriculate first to Greenville Technical College. Now, that could be for a technical degree, or it could be, and is very highly likely in many circumstances, to be the bridge program to do either 1 or 2 years and then carry forward to a four-year school. So I agree with the motivation and the idea of ensuring and reporting that our students who want four-year to be an option for them have the proper coursework, but to set an arbitrary number of moving it by 3% every year, I have a concern that sends the message that we want to send everybody to a four-year college because we need to move this by 3% every year. So that's my concern, and hopefully also answered your question.
My question was, will it make it more difficult for students to graduate?
No.
Does this require that they have 2 foreign languages and 1 fine arts? this is totally about the percentage.
It's about the percentages for reporting purposes, and I assume the board's evaluation of our program. It is for us moving by 3% a year the number of students taking those courses. It cannot change. This body cannot change the requirements for a high school diploma. You can add requirements and put an endorsement on a diploma, but only the state of South Carolina can set the base requirements for a high school diploma, only the State Board of Education.
So no matter what we do here, they would still only be required to have the one foreign language.
They would only be required to meet the minimum diploma requirements, yes, sir.
Okay, Madam Chairman, where is the 3% coming from? Where in that motion, where is that? I mean, why is that so? Why is it?
Since that's Dr. O'Connor's motion, I'd like to have her speak to that. Dr. O'Connor.
Yes, it is based on the fact that when I asked Dr. Royster last time what a modest increase is, the answer was 3% is a modest increase based on the fact that originally I had thought about saying maybe we should see that 80 to 90% of our students are on track for four-year college if they choose to as part of the definition of college and career readiness. But I understood that since we don't know exactly where we are with that, that would be perhaps too much to require, too much of a reach. So I went back to what is just a modest increase that we could expect on average to see in our high schools of increasing the number of students who are enrolling in those prerequisites defined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education, with the notion that we would want to have one measure in this plan where we're paying attention to what we're doing with the four-year college aspiring students, and that we include, my one response that I want to make about a comment that was just said, we went on a campaign years ago to increase AP enrollment for traditionally underserved students, and we were successful through that campaign in enrolling a lot of students who were never invited to that table in the past. So my only comment is, this is not about just serving those who wish to go to college. This is about encouraging those who might not know that they are capable of being able to apply to a four-year college simply by virtue of taking an extra foreign language class and a fine art. So it is really about a little bit more of encouragement so that we can see a modest increase in that number, because those students who already know they want to go to a four-year college are doing so, and they're aware, and they are proceeding smartly. But we would like to open that tent and follow this number so that we could encourage more students to have the door open to them for four-year college if they choose it at the end of graduation.
Okay, having heard what the superintendent just said a moment ago, Madam Chairman, I'll try to address you, is why does the maker of the motion feel like we should listen to her motion instead of what the superintendent is saying, that, you know, we don't need this 3% arbitrarily? I don't understand her still at 3%, and why the superintendent and Madam Chairman is different there. What would make me want to support her motion, I guess, in hearing what the superintendent said?
Okay, so
I'm asking you.
And I'm going to try to tread carefully because I don't want to get, even though we just talked about speech and debate, I don't want us to get into that. It's difficult with Robert's rules. But I understand your question and your concern based on what the superintendent said. So I will ask Dr. O'Connor to address the difference in the motion that you've made, and that you and Dr. Royster have had conversations, I suppose, about this, and the 3% and why not support it.
What is valued is measured. That's number one. When when I hear something like, we haven't had an issue with this, I don't really know if we had because we're not tracking this. I know that guidance counselors do track it because when they have conversations with their students, those who are college going or want a 4-year college experience, the guidance counselor is working with them and checking the boxes to see if they have their second foreign language, their 3 science labs, and their additional unit of fine art, etc. And they're tracking that, but we are not tracking that as a board. So I'm asking for the board to say in this strategic plan, we want to be mindful of following the 4-year college goers so that we're trying to increase the number who participate in that path, given that I believe we have a tremendous amount of effort in the goal itself in Graduation Plus, the way that it is expressed, the way the superintendent has, and this board have invested in tremendous resources and initiatives to expand our arcade initiatives and to do so back in the high schools, and have really been robust and successful in that effort, and there's a lot of that reflected in the plan. I would have said let's keep the ACT offered to all students so that we could track college readiness, but we did not do that. So this is just one way of saying, let's say that this board cares about those who are meeting the prerequisites for 4-year college going so that people will know that we're measuring it and following it. The 3% is only meant to represent a modest increase. Without it, Mr. Meek, I would expect we would increase every year just by virtue of the fact that we grow every year as a district. So I'm just trying to get a little bit of a bump of a real increase expectation rather than just saying we're going to grow that number, because I believe that would happen automatically just by virtue of the number of students coming into the district.
Okay, thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Make sure we address the whole board when we're making our comments. So instead of Mr.
Keep her straight, keep her straight, keep her straight.
Shall I make eye contact with each one of you as I
There you go, there you go. It's
Thank
more
you.
compelling, right? That's probably
Yes.
a speech and debate tactic, too.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to also just say that we've got several more speakers, so in the context of the discussion, Mr. Meek, if you want me to come back around to you after that. And
I'd still like to follow up if while we're still here, if I could. I'm still not understanding why the 3% is so dire important to us to understand that. As the board member said, counselors are keeping track of this, and I'm assuming, someone else is. Why does the board need to do that? I mean, why is it so important for us as a board to do that? And I'm still concerned that somewhere over on the west side that some young man or woman are going to be denied a diploma because they're not able to complete that requirement of whatever it is for 2 foreign languages, although they have no intention of going to Clemson or University of Kentucky. All they want to do is get a high school education and get a job. They're not going to be competing out here in the global economy. They're going to be competing in Greenville for a job at wherever. I recently ran across one of our students from early college who was at McDonald's still pursuing his education and was very thankful for the opportunity. But I'm not sure that our board should put another requirement on that student and parents of doing that, and I'm not quite sure that we should go back and try to work on an arbitrary number, 3%. I'm not sure what that's going to do for us, and maybe I'll have some more comments later. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meek. I'll just reiterate what Dr. Royster said regarding this would not impact diploma requirements in any way because we don't have the authority to impact diploma requirements.
Not the diploma, but what the school's going to be requiring the student to do or asking the student to do.
Okay, so I'm going to move on. Ms. Roletter.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. I concur with Glenda Marson-Fair in her motion to increase by 3% per year the number of students completing the prerequisite outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Ed. And I agree with Roger Meek in that we should require 3% to complete, that we should not require 3% to complete the science in the science requirements in Greenville County. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roletter. Mr. Leventis Wells.
So, I understand, Dr.
Is your mic-
I'm sorry. I understand, Dr. Connor, exactly what you were saying, and I understand what Mr. Meek. My concern is the 3% per year, because that increase, if it's every year, it could go up to, in 10 years, 30% of what the total number is on all the other increases over the year. So it's a 5-year cap?
5-year plan is all we're...
5-year plan. So that's up to 15%. I'm just trying to figure the numbers out because it seems like it could get a little out of hand. And Dr. Boyster, the only reason I say that is because if one year you have 100 students that are involved and you increase it by 3%, and then the next year for some reason it's jumped to 150, then that 3% additional is going to, you'll have to deal with the 3% on 150, and then all of a sudden you have a drop. And I'm not sure that the 3% is settling well with me for some reason. I just don't feel that, I'm just playing with the numbers, and when it comes to math, I like to look at the big picture, and over a 5-year plan, I'm just a little concerned, and maybe our banker back there can really give me the numbers, Matt, but when you talk about increasing percentage, I just don't feel comfortable with the 3%. I don't feel comfortable. So, Dr. Boyster, can you help me feel comfortable, or are you in agreement, or what is your take?
I don't know that I can help you feel comfortable with that number, because that's part of my concern is discomfort with that number. What's it 3% off? Exactly. We don't know the base number. Now, again, I support and agree with Dr. O'Connor. We need to have some graphic measure, some visual measure of, here are students that wish to go to a 4-year college. Mm-hmm. How many of them have taken the coursework that CHE recommends to have been completed for admission to a 4-year college? I don't disagree with that. But when you put an arbitrary number on something, we don't know where we stand on that right now. If there are 4,000 graduates, about 2,000 of them go to Greenville Tech, for which that's not a requirement. So if there are 2,000 that are clearly stated we want to go to a 4-year college, how many of them have already met that requirement? Those are numbers we don't know. I think that to put a percent increase on a number we don't know is probably not the best way for us to move forward with that. And I would suggest either coming up with a different measure of how successful are we being in making sure that students who wish to go to a 4-year college are prepared, or let's see what the number actually is and then talk about what a percentage might be. And you get a chance anytime you want to revisit this plan, but automatically it happens once a year in the spring in subsequent years. And the other point I would make, I believe Ms. Wells that pointed this out earlier, or it might have been Dr. O'Connor, the great increase in AP. Well, in the last 3 years, we have doubled the number of students taking AP, IB, or college transfer. So we know that we are having more students pursue those things that show they're prepared because they're actually doing the work. We've also had a similar increase on the side of students taking technical certifications, and it's about doubled in a 3-year period. And there is crossover between the two. We have students who prepared for 4-year college, also gotten technical certification. I don't disagree with the desire to see how well we're preparing those students. I just have a concern about the methodology.
May I offer a change to my...
I think
Yes. So I too have that concern about the percentage. It really, I cannot support this motion as it is right now because of that percentage. So thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
May I? I'm sorry.
I suppose I'll call him.
Gosh, I thought it was, who's calling?
The voice of God. So when Dr. Royster spoke to the motion, he talked about increasing the percent of students who have indicated they're interested in a 4-year college career. The motion really just states increase by 3% the number of students completing these prerequisites. So to me, we need to understand when we're looking about where to put this in the plan and how it might fit in the plan, which of those we're talking about. Are we talking about increasing the percentage among those students who have expressed that desire? Are we talking about taking all students and saying there need to be a greater percentage of you who are interested in 4-year college? Because that's kind of the difference.
So the motion reads the way it was intended to read, which is to increase, whatever that number is, since we've said we don't know, increase that number of not of students going to a 4-year college. It doesn't say that. It says to increase the number of students completing the prerequisites outlined by the Commission on Higher Ed, so that if they decide they want to go to college, they still have an open door and don't have to backtrack. So that's clear the way it is in its current
Just wanted to make sure.
So, Dr. O'Connor.
Yes, I'm happy to receive an amendment to this motion in this manner. I understand what Dr. Royster and Ms. Leventis-Wells' concern is, and I would be happy, given that we don't know where we stand on the number of students who are currently meeting these requirements, and that number is available but not monitored by this board, that as with many other things in this plan, if we could have the action item, instead of saying 3%, perhaps increase by a meaningful measure to be determined the number of students per year completing the prerequisites outlined in the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education. I would be happy to accept that change, because that means we will, in year 1, or initially, find out where we are with that, and that I would be happy to consult with the superintendent and the board at that time to determine whether 3% is the right and meaningful measure to show growth once we know where our initial number is. Let me see, I was speaking and not reading at the same time, so let me see. Yes. So that I'm trying to get past the fact that this year we don't know what that number is, and we want to be sure. In fact, one of my colleagues had said earlier, what if we need to increase it by 10% a year if we find out where. It's not as, it seems like if you put in parentheses by a meaningful measure to be determined.
Dr. O'Connor, if you're offering this as an amendment, is that what you're?
Ms. Wells, I would leave it to you to say that whether I should try to modify it myself or just say that I'm open to a friendly amendment. Okay, would you like to offer that amendment, Ms. Grayson? I'm sorry, I don't know what you want me to do, Ms. Wells, but other than to say I'm open to it.
Connor, okay, so I guess what you wanted to offer was that if someone wanted to
yes,
take the language of the 3% out specifically, knowing that we come back to the strategic plan every year and it could be adjusted.
Correct.
At that point. Okay. So, Ms. Grayson, I will call on you if you would like to offer an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so since we have no baseline, my proposed amendment would be to determine and track the number of students completing the prerequisites outlined by the South Carolina Commission of Higher Education. And my rationale is, let's figure out where we are before we set targets on where we're going. And then we can always come back and say, wow, that's really low, or
Okay, so
wow, that's
hold on.
pretty good.
Before you offer your rationale, do I have a second to that motion? No. So the amendment would be to replace, I need to see the original motion so I can say what needs to be replaced. The amendment would be to strike increase by 3% per year, and to be replaced with to determine and track. That is the amendment. Okay. Would you?
It's a substitute motion to
Okay. All right.
determine and track, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. So Ms. Grayson is offering a substitute motion. Do I have a second for her Ms. Leventis Wells has seconded the substitute motion. Okay. So is there any, I've got a list of speakers, but I want to ask, does anyone want to speak to the substitute motion? And I'm going to just go in order. So Chuck, you're the next one on the list. Do you want to speak on the substitute motion, or do you want to go back to you once it's...
Well, if it gets substituted, half of my questions will be dealt with.
Okay, so I'm going to wait on that. Mr. Lewis, do you want to speak to the substitute
I do.
motion? Okay.
I do. I have some concerns with the original motion, and I'm willing to accept the substitute motion. But I do want to point out to the board that we talk all the time about local control. And we talk about that at the federal level, and we talk about it at the state level. And every time this board takes a position on an issue, we say that unelected committees shouldn't be setting the path for our school district. And this specifically pins our success to a group of people where no one is elected to serve. And so we are here recognizing an unelected body as having the authority to tell us what our goals are. And I have some reservations about that, although I don't have concerns about the way that it's written here because we're just talking about tracking. I will have concerns when it comes back with a number because we are giving up our authority to an unelected body to do that. So I'm willing to support it now, but I would not support it next year when this motion suggests putting a specific number.
Okay. Do I have anyone else that wants to speak to the substitute motion? Ms. Morrison-Fair?
I too had planned on letting Dr. Ross to make me feel comfortable, but I'm comfortable with that substitute motion because I believe that it not only addresses college-bound students, but it addresses all of our students. And to be globally competitive, I think that we need to look at not just students going to college, but every student that graduates from Greenville County schools.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair. Does anyone else want to speak to the substitute motion? Ms. Rowletter.
I agree with Derek totally. We should not give up our authority to people who are not elected. And haven't we made a push recently to eliminate that? Derek?
Ms. Rowletter, that was the EOC, the Education Oversight Committee that
Right.
had a resolution.
I understand. I understand.
We haven't had any conversation about the Commission on Higher
Right, I
Ed.
understand. Thank you. Could Derek clarify my thinking, please?
I don't think there's anything there to clarify. We haven't had any conversation about the Commission on Higher Ed.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay. Is that all?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else want to speak to the substitute motion? Okay, the substitute motion on the floor is to determine and track the number of students completing the prerequisites outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Ed. Was that in the original motion? Was each year just added? Was that
Per year in the original motion.
yeah, that didn't sound right. So it should say per year? Each year. Okay, all right. So to determine and track the number of students completing the prerequisites outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Ed each year. So all in favor of the motion?
Could we hear from the administration what their feeling is on this motion and substitute we heard on the original motion on the substitute? Could I ask for a
Mr.
response
Meek?
from Dr. Royster?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Meek, I didn't hear the very first part of
So
the
Dr.
motion.
Royster, Mr. Meek would like to hear I guess your thoughts on the substitute motion. If you have some specific thoughts to the substitute motion, to the change in the motion, since you've already given us your thoughts on the other.
Yes, I believe it removes the concerns that the administration expressed with the other one and provides the opportunity to work out a method by which to appropriately follow those students who wish to go to a 4-year without directing students one place or the other as a preferred place.
Okay, I guess the thing I would say, we have, and I don't have it printed out, and I could mention, we have set targets and goals for kids to complete other things that are going to promote CTE, which I'm fine with. I think career and technical education is important, and I think it's important for all our students to get exposure to that regardless of what they're going to do after high school. So, but I think saying that this does something that is very different than what we've done with all the other goals doesn't really ring true for me. The idea of using the South Carolina Commission on Higher Ed
and they were talking about all this other
is just to have an easy way to set the benchmark. So I think the substitute motion, allowing time to get together and figure out how to track it's great. I don't see it as being any more concerning than any other of the performance goals and measures in terms of overreach or not allowing local control. So if there are no other comments on the substitute motion, Ms. Roller, you've spoken to the substitute motion, so can... It was not what I wanted to say. Okay, Ms. Roller, if I could allow, we'll have time to talk about this motion as a whole. I'd like to go ahead and take the vote on the substitute motion.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so all in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, so the motion carries. So the primary motion on the floor now is to determine and track the number of students completing the prerequisite outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education each year. Mr. Sailors, you are next on my list to discuss the main motion.
Well, I want to do what I can to get off your list, so let's... Some of this may not be applicable since we took the percentage out in the substitute motion, but I would like some additional clarification. And whether the percentage is in there or not, whether we're establishing a requirement or establishing an expectation, that is a concern of mine because we want to make sure that whatever expectation we set is achievable. When we're talking earlier about foreign languages, just as personal clarification, were we talking about two separate foreign languages or French 1, French 2, French 3, or is it German and French, just for example?
The Commission on Higher Ed does not specify.
That's okay, so that clarifies that.
Yep.
Okay. Have we received any principal feedback on the motion that's been brought forward? Do we have any commentary from those in the field that have got to execute this if it's put into the strategic plan? And I
would say only by way of the superintendent's knowledge of the
so the principals of the high schools essentially don't know anything about this. Is that correct?
I would assume.
I guess, does the Commission on Higher Education have any involvement in career and technology education courses? Or is their work only specific to 4-year and 2-year universities or colleges?
Dr. Rush, would you like to?
I'm sorry, repeat the first part.
Well, does the Commission on Higher Ed have anything to do with the technical college system? Anything that would be considered to be a career track?
Yes and no.
Okay.
They weigh in on course offerings that are provided at the technical colleges related to college transfer. They also weigh in if technical colleges expand beyond course offerings through arrangement with a four-year college. The other requirements that the technical colleges have to meet are governed by the State Technical College Commission. So it's not a straightforward answer, but in most circumstances, Tech Commission, but in some limited circumstances, CHE.
Okay, so essentially, if we have an assembly of students that want to participate in, after they've graduated, in cosmetology, auto collision, welding, mechatronics related classes, and they can go straight into a business environment, then we have only the Technical College Commission that would participate in those areas?
Yes, sir. If they were taking, to use your example, so they started a course of study with us and they wanted to continue that at Greenville Tech, and it was in a technical area like auto body, then the requirements for that auto body course would have had to meet the requirements of the State Tech Commission.
Okay. Well, I to Mr. Lewis's concerns earlier, I do have a problem with us, if not in fact, in perception, that we are ceding a portion of our responsibility to another government body that's not elected. The same holds true with the technical college. And I would think if we're going to be as interested in success of a child that wants to go to the four-year campus, we ought to be just as interested in doing the same for the child that wants to be a welder. And in that regard, if we're not going to include the Technical College Commission in this type of a conversation, then the Commission on Higher Education should not be in it as well. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
I just have a comment. What it is for me is that it's all about communication. We're here for all students, so we should always make sure that we let them know everything that they can do, that we have available for whichever pathway they decide. But we've got to make sure that we communicate that to them. Sometimes they don't know that if they take a third year foreign language, that they'll be eligible to go to a four-year college. And then they have to go to a technical college to take transfer courses. So I just wanted to make that comment. It's all about how we communicate it to the students in the schools as to what's available and what your options are. I think that's why we have the pathways, right, Dr. Royster? We have those pathways, and I'm hoping that it's in there somewhere telling them that they can do this in order to get here.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Okay. I appreciate your comments there. And to go back to the example I used earlier about medical careers, if you look at that, that's one of our primary pathways. It's one which we have a large number of students that are interested. Fortunately, it's also an area in which there are tremendous job opportunities in our community, but those jobs and what students need to be exposed to in that area could be everything from an EMT certification for a high school diploma student all the way up to becoming a pediatric neurosurgeon with years and years of post-secondary med school training. And we want to make sure that all of our students see all of the viable options and understand that their path toward attaining that goal requires them to do this and this and this. And to spell that out for everybody so they all understand here's what needs to be done.
Is that not in there? Is that in there right now?
I think that's
telling them that this is what you have to do in order to go to a four-year college, to go to a two-year, to go out here your career path.
Yes, ma'am. That's part of all of those pathways. It identifies within them the things that would be required. That's what our guidance counselors or our school counselors are now spending a good bit of time doing as part of the work that we've done to try to transform that process for our students. And we also have, again, there are measures in there separate and apart from this that talk about students who complete CATE courses, students who complete IB, students who complete AP, trying to measure all across the spectrum to ensure that our opportunities and our preparation are matching what our students wish to pursue as graduates.
So this motion would basically add that to what you're already doing and tracking the ones for four-year colleges.
And this is just a personal point, I don't like the word track because it puts me back in the days of we used to track students to be vocational or general studies, which meant nothing, or college prep. That used to be, back in the day, there were 3 tracks.
It would monitor.
Then we went to 2 tracks, college prep, tech prep. Now we don't talk about tracks, we talk about pathways. So I'm okay because of the meaning there, but track, for folks that have been around education a while, usually has sort of a negative connotation. But we do want to follow what our students are doing and see, all right, you said you want to do 4-year, you said you wanted to go into an apprenticeship, you said you wanted to go take 2 years of this at Tech. All right, have we prepared you for that pathway you're choosing, and what sort of report can we give that shows you're prepared for that pathway? Well, one of them is you're taking college credit. You know, you're doing that. One of them might be you're enrolled in these these CATE courses. So by taking out this number that's based on a number we don't know or understand, I think this also offers the opportunity to look at all pathways and how are we best preparing our students for those pathways by not defining what that report looks like.
So should the word track still be in there, or put monitor in there, or?
Hold on. I think,
Oh, are we getting off?
I don't want to get off in too much discussion.
Okay.
I think if you have a specific question, you can. If you want to make an amendment to the motion, you can do that. I haven't heard, what I heard Dr. Royster say was that he was okay with it in this context.
Okay.
If there are board members, if you or another board member has a concern with that word, then you could make an amendment to substitute or replace the word, but otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since he doesn't have a problem with it, I don't.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. Ms. Morrison-Fair, did you want, I had you on the list to speak. Did you do your thing already? Okay, all right, thank you. Dr. Ball O'Connor, did you?
And I appreciate Dr. Royster's openness to it and believe that just by following it, we include it among a list of other things that we're already following in the plan, and that would be, I think, a helpful add.
Okay. Mr. Meek.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that this does not require students to have 2 foreign languages and a fine arts. This does not change that.
No, sir, it does not.
Okay, just want to get assurance.
The administration is shaking his head, so it does not.
The base high school diploma requirement from the state, foreign language or a CTE course.
But somebody.
Their option.
But somebody will not be asked to take 2 foreign languages when they have no intent whatsoever going any further than 12th grade.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Leventis-Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Royster, I was looking at that, and I don't know if I like track as well.
Ms. Leventis.
Because I'm going to make an amended motion. I'm looking at doing an amended motion to determine and follow the number of students completing the prerequisites outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education each year.
Okay, you're looking at that, so you're looking for feedback. Would you like to use the word track? Would you like to use the word monitor or follow?
I would like to use I don't know if I want to monitor it or I want to follow it.
The word track here doesn't
right, yeah. It's a verb.
I understand.
Yeah.
Follow.
Okay, so Ms.
I'm going to make an amended motion to determine and follow the number of students completing the prerequisites outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Education each year.
So the amendment would be to strike the word track.
Substitute motion.
Just
Amendment. Amend the motion, yeah.
Right. So the amendment would be to strike the word track and replace it with follow. That is
Correct.
the specific amendment.
That's it.
Is there any discussion on that amendment?
Because you second.
Hearing none. All in favor of that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The amendment passes. So now we have back to the main motion, is to determine if all the number of students completing their prerequisites outlined by the South Carolina Commission on Higher Ed each year. Are there any speakers on the main motion? Okay, so I want to make a couple of comments myself. I have been a big advocate and fan for increasing CTE opportunities for our students. And I'm a firm believer that students have all different ways to get to all different places when they leave, while they're in high school, and then when they leave high school. What I want to ensure is that when our students graduate, they can go anywhere and do anything. So when I looked at this with Dr. O'Connor and tried to figure out what does it mean to be, we say we're going to be college and career ready. We don't say in our strategic plan we're going to be college or career ready. The priorities said college and career ready. So what I wanted is to be sure we had some metric to look at to ensure that we really are looking at both those things. I don't think saying that we want kids to take two foreign languages and a fine arts is to the detriment of any student, no matter what they do when they get out of high school. I took one foreign language. I can't remember anything. So my hope would be if they took two, maybe they would have some language skills that would help. We are a global economy right here in Greenville, South Carolina. So to say that foreign language is only important if you're going to college or if you're going somewhere else is inaccurate. You walk up and down the streets of downtown Greenville and you will hear most of the languages being spoken. So for me, saying that we would like to be sure that more of our students are taking two foreign languages and a fine arts makes absolute sense. Why not? In Graduation Plus, we say we want to increase the number of students taking AP or dual credit or IB. That's kind of how the language reads. We want to increase that. Unlike Graduation Plus, what we're talking about doesn't require a student to be ready to take college classes, which AP and IB and dual credit does. All it's saying is while they're in high school, we want to give them some opportunities in high school that will prepare them if they decide to take higher ed classes. So I don't really see this as a stretch, and I don't see us getting out of our lane by adding this piece so that we can track it and keep up with all those pieces. On the Greenville Tech side, when you look at that, if our students graduate with a high school diploma, they can go to Greenville Tech. So when you say, well, we want to track 4-year, but we're not tracking 2-year, we are tracking technical college just by evidence by whatever our graduation rate is. If the student has a diploma, they will be able to go to Greenville Tech. I considered adding a piece that would say that we would want to keep up with the number of students who get their diploma and have passed a PACER test to allow them to not be remediated when they go to Greenville Tech. But I felt like that was a little more than we could try to do in this strategic plan approval session, so I didn't do that. But I believe this motion is a great add to what we already have in the strategic plan. So are there any other comments? Ms. Roletter.
I move we end the debate and call for the vote.
Good timing. So there's no more discussion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
The motion passes. Is there a question there? Well, she didn't get a second, and so we were going to vote anyway, so yeah. So, okay, the motion passes. With that, we've gone back to the main motion, which would now be to approve the strategic ed plan.
Wait, I'm sorry.
2018 to 2023 as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, so yes, so Dr. O'Connor and then you.
Yes, I had the additional motion that I wanted to make related to our reading goal, and I very much appreciate the superintendent's efforts to begin reducing class size, and especially to focus on the primary grades, which is where research says we get the greatest bang for our buck, and especially, I believe Dr. McCrary said, and the benefits even double for the most disadvantaged students within that group when you lower class sizes in those primary grades. And I know that under the goal of reducing class size, you are focused on first grade in the ed plan, and there's reference to also addressing second grade within that. But I would like to ask if, I would like to make the motion that under our reading goal, one of the action items would be to reduce class size in second grade to 19. And that is not nearly as significant a reduction as you are proposing for first grade. And if I can get a second, I would like to speak to the motion.
Second.
Okay.
So, hold on.
I'm sorry.
So, I have a motion and a second, but Dr. O'Connor, I think we should really refer to a page number so people can figure out.
I'm sorry that I don't have the most updated version of the plan, and maybe Ms. Brinkman might be able to help me find the page number.
Page 63, I think, is probably the reading goal you're talking about.
Okay.
Because it's the one on page 5.
Yes, thank you. And I wasn't saying you had not provided it. I was just saying I don't have it up to refer to a specific page number.
63.
Right now, it says...
and you said as an action item, right?
Yes, as an action...
Page 63 is the performance goal page, so the action item, would you just want us to determine which strategy to put it under?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It doesn't matter to me. And I think it ties in nicely to a couple of our priorities. Yes, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Fisher, I'm sorry. Second grade to 19 is an action item. Yes. And let me just explain, if I might, to my colleagues that in the survey given to teachers, this was the number they indicated, those who are in that grade level, as the tipping point beyond which they do not feel that their teaching quality is as it should be, or the student performance is where it might be. And that 19 was the average answer for that grade level, and that's the reason I chose it. I believe that it is 21.5 currently. The important thing I want to reflect is that the teacher request was for this to be a cap. I am not requesting that this be a cap. So that means to the board that if you were to achieve reducing the number to 19 over the next 5 years, you would still then be able to go up to 21 as per the rest of the way the plan is outlined before any additional teaching resources were added to that. And in addition, students could come throughout the year, as they do, especially in schools that are growing. So you might still end up with maybe 4 or so over that number as just a typical situation that might happen. So I understand that the cost of capping this would be far greater than just making the ratio 19-1 as we have done with our other ways of allocating teachers. So I want to make sure that I am reflecting that it is based on the way we currently allocate rather than intended to be expressed as a cap. And the reason I'm choosing the reading goal, it could have been under social emotional, because teachers said that was the most important way they find to build relationships. It could be under safety. It could be under lowering class size for the quality of the teaching environment and for teacher retention. It could be under any of the goals, but I chose the reading goal because I believe that it is going to be difficult just to focus on first grade when that is where the foundation for reading is laid. But then so many second graders are still struggling with that foundation that it would be unfortunate if we got that class size down so low and then had a huge bump, maybe up to 25 in second grade. And Dr. Royster was with me when we coincidentally, I ran into the Teacher of the Year from Montague and some others at the ball game recently for the PEP event. And we talked to some first and second grade teachers, and they were all in agreement that those primary years were the most important for reading, and they talked about having 25 in their classes and how difficult that was, especially in those Title I schools. So I very much appreciate the consideration of the board in just adding a measure of reduction for second grade, as well as what Dr. Royster has already named for an important reduction for first grade, which I appreciate greatly.
Dr. O'Connor, just to clarify, are you suggesting you're adding this as an action plan or a strategy?
It could be a strategy under the performance goal for reading.
So it could be an activity? You're suggesting it as an activity?
I am suggesting that I would not be able to speak to whether it is more appropriate to express it as a strategy or an activity. I just am really interested in it coming under that goal. So, Ms. Brinkman, which should I be saying to make it more consistent with the way the plan is set up? A strategy or an activity under this goal?
Sure, I think it could be either. Certainly we could place it under strategy 1, which is provide targeted core reading instruction to meet students' needs. I think you could argue that an action item under that might be lowering class size so that that targeted instruction would be more easily delivered. Or
Okay.
it could be its own strategy.
I think I like it fine just under something that we're already trying to accomplish with reading.
So it would be an activity. I'm just looking at where it fits in the strategic plan. So it would be an activity that you would list.
Mm-hmm.
And then the administration would determine the timeline, the person responsible, the estimated cost, the funding source, and the
Correct.
indicators of implementation?
Unless you
So all those
dictated
would
that
have
today,
to be determined?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Chuck, Mr. Sailors.
Yes, ma'am. A couple of quick clarifications, if I could, Madam Chairman. So it's the intent of the motion to, let's just say, strongly suggest that we get to the ratio of 19-to-1 over the next 5 years. It's not a mandate, but just an encouragement? Would that be the right way to phrase it?
Mr. Sailors, I see to reduce as an action.
Okay.
To reduce class size. Now, in the things that are listed as activities, again, the timeline, person responsible, cost, funding source, and indicator of implementation would be to be determined, so the administration would figure out
I understand.
that part.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify if that, and our current ratios are 21.5 to 1. Is that right, Dr. Royster?
Yes, sir. That's the current allocation formula for grades 2 and 3.
Okay, so is it the administration's observation that if this is passed, then we will have set essentially a mandate that within a certain period of time that we will get our second grade classes to 19-to-1?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how much would that cost us?
In FY19 dollars, the grade 2 moved to 19-to-1, about $4.3 million.
And
That's a one-time, that's assuming all at one time. But obviously, the cost would somewhat escalate based on teacher salary increases over time.
And do we have the physical space to accommodate these reductions, especially in schools where it will tip into one more physical classroom?
There would be 30 schools that could not fully accommodate that change. 12 could not accommodate it at all, and 18 could partially accommodate it.
So that would require either additions to the buildings or portables?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Ms. Leventis Wells.
Excuse me, that would, Dr. Royster, that was going to be my concern as well, we have 50-plus elementary schools. Currently, it's a 21.5 ratio to 1, is that correct?
That's the allocation formula.
Allocation?
Yes.
I know it's needed, but I'm sure all teachers would like for their classroom size to decrease. I know it's very important. What about a reading specialist? We have reading specialists in elementary schools?
We do, and that really goes to the recommendation that the administration had for reduced class size, and it being strategic reduction, focusing on the first grade, because without question, without exception, research supports that when you get to that number or less, it impacts student achievement. Mm-hmm. There is great debate when it's above that number, but without exception, well-qualified teacher, with that number, it makes a difference. So we strategically placed that in grade 1, because we're at 19 now. We knew that within several years, with a reasonable amount of funding, we could reach 15 to 1. The second part of that strategy was to then take the reading specialist that you all approved 2 years ago, I believe, in the budget, and move their focus from grade 1 to grades 2 and grade 3 to pick up with those students that were deficient in grade 1. Because kind of the overarching concern, and this goes a little beyond the answer to Mr. Saylor's question, but figures into it. Dr. O'Connor alluded to it in her comments. We put in the first grade class size change to go from 19 to 15 to 1. We also put in there to do a step down of, at the elementary level, when a class size reaches +3, adding a teacher, to go to +2. Those two items, the grade 1 and the +3 to the +2, in FY19 dollars is $9.34 million. So this add moves you from 9.34 to 13.64 in current year dollars, so close to $14 million. The board currently has about 10 mills. If you accept the administration's recommendation to use 5.1, you would have 10 mills remaining. If you wanted to do this all at once, I'm not advocating that you would do that, but as a note, it took you 10 years to come up with the 10 mills that we have in reserve. So generally speaking, for the last 10 years, the board has been able to set aside, so to speak, a little over a mill a year for future use, not to place a undue burden on the taxpayer for multiple reasons. It's not, I don't think it's likely to believe that future boards would have much more room than the room the past boards have had looking forward. And you know, if you look back 10 years, and you've got this in your budget materials, that if you look back, 10-year look back, the vast majority of the, I think now $180-something million in additional revenue we've had in 10 years, the number one expenditure was underfunded and unfunded mandates. Number two were salary increases, which if you look back over 10 years, they simply have kept our employees pretty much level with inflation. Personnel for growth, and replacing revenue that the state moved from one method of allocation to another. And actually our other expenses have been reduced over 10 years. So all of those things played into the items that the administration ended up recommending for inclusion in the plan.
So with that being said, my focus would be the reading specialists instead of the decrease of 19 students per in the second grade per class. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. Mr. Lewis.
Dr. Roach, our current class size is 21.5 for second grade?
Yes, sir. Our allocation formula is 21.5 in grades 2 and grade 3. And just simply as a reminder, the way that works is we take the total enrollment, projected enrollment in a school in that particular grade, divide it by 21.5, and round the teacher up, so to speak.
Do we know, I know that our Title I schools receive additional funds to help improve student instruction. Some of them choose to use it for interventionists. Are any of our Title I schools using current Title I dollars to reduce class sizes in first grade to 1 to 19?
Our class sizes in first grade are generally speaking 1 to 19. We may have some, they do buy teachers down. Mr. McCoy, do you know the number that are doing that?
I don't know the number of schools doing it. I do know we have some reduced below the 119 with Title I dollars.
Do you know you don't know which schools those are?
We have them in Title I plans we can get to you, yes.
Okay. I guess the question I would get to is I think this came up in the budget meeting too, is we have over the past several years provided schools with funds to improve instruction. If we go back through the baseline allocations that schools received, only 5 of the elementary schools used it for class size reduction. Nearly every elementary school used it for an interventionist. When we look at Title I dollars, I think in one of the early reports we saw that the majority of them are also using it for interventionists and not for class size reduction.
Yes, the last few years have shifted more to intervention than they have the class size because of the impact, yes.
So as we look at the people who we've tasked to be the leaders of our schools to decide how they would use funds to improve instruction and student performance in elementary school, nearly every one of our elementary schools uses it for targeted interventions to a specific child or small group of children, and not to this kind of broad class size reduction across an entire school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I think it simply points to the same thing I mentioned earlier, with given limited resources, strategically utilizing the limited resources, putting it where they believe they get the most benefit.
So I mean, for me, I totally understand when a teacher is asked, would you like to see smaller class sizes, that they would say yes. I think any teacher would say yes. I also understood that when we asked teachers what we could do to keep them from leaving the profession, that none of them listed that as their 2% of them listed as their number one answer, reducing class sizes. So while yes, I hear teachers say, I want to reduce class sizes, I also hear them say, I'm given too much responsibility as my number one reason for leaving the profession, and low pay being in there as well. So what concerns me is this motion will direct our board in the future to allocate resources to one strategy at the expense of others. We have a limited amount of millage that's available to us, and if I had to choose between reducing our class sizes from 21 to 19 or putting that money into salary increases, I'd rather put it into salary increases. When you add to that the fact that 30 schools now we're going to dump portables on them, or we're going to have to make them do some sort of expansion plan, which we can't afford, so we're going to have to raise millage to do that, or delay existing projects in our facility plan back so that we can afford to do it within the next 5 years. I only see 2 projects in our facility plan in the next 5 years, Roper Mountain Science Center and a high school. So unless we're willing to move those things back, or we're willing to go on record today to say we're going to increase the millage in our facility plan to afford those things, then to me it's just a suggestion. And I have real reservations with us putting things into an ed plan that the board isn't willing to say right now we're willing to max out our millage, we're willing to do everything we can And if we're not willing to do that, then to put a suggestion that we're asking the superintendent to do without our willingness to make some sacrifices on our end, I think is unfair to the administration. So I would be willing to accept a motion that explored a reduction in class sizes. I'd be willing to accept a motion that suggested that we created a plan to come back to the board with a plan for reduction in class sizes. But to have a motion that specifically says in the next 5 years we're going to reduce class sizes without a plan on how to pay for it, and without a plan on what we're going to cut because we don't need it anymore because this is the answer to all our problems, I can't accept this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Roletter.
While I agree with Mr. Lewis on some matters and some issues in this case, I strongly disagree with him in that we don't need to explore this. We need it done. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Roletter. Does anyone else want to speak to the motion? Okay. Hearing. So it has to be specifically this. Right now, we are speaking to this motion. There will be an opportunity to speak to the main motion and the whole plan once this motion is dealt with. Okay. So the motion on the floor is to reduce class size in second grade to 19 as an action item under the reading goal on page 63. Clarify for me, did we determine 63 was the right page number?
63 is the page number of the goal, so we were just directing you to the actual performance goal, and it will go under that performance goal.
Okay, and then we said, even though it says action item, we said it was going to be an activity.
Which is...
That is the intent.
Same thing.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Roletter, quickly, and then Mr. Suddeth before we vote.
Second to the motion I made to end the debate and call for the vote.
There's no second?
Did you make that?
There was no second.
She made a motion to call the question.
So if there's no motion, I'm going to move to Mr. Suddeth.
I can't hear you.
Okay, so there was no second from the board?
Correct.
To do that. So your motion fails or doesn't enter on the floor, and so I'm going to move to Mr. Suddeth and let Mr. Suddeth speak.
Clarification. On page 63, it says will annually increase the percentage of K-5 students reading on grade level as defined by Fountas and Pinnell. Now we're saying to help make that possible, we're going to reduce the class size in second grade to 19.
Yes, sir.
I can understand improving reading, and we start at K-5, but why all of a sudden do we say that second grade
Mr.
is the
Suddeth?
place where we do that? Yes.
I'm sorry. On page 63 is a performance goal, and it's actually not K-5, it's K through 5. It's kindergarten through the 5th grade. And so the idea is to put this reduction in class size as one of the activities behind that goal. So it would probably fall on either page 64 or 65 once it was actually placed in the plan. But it is in support of the performance goal that is on page 63.
That goal says K through 5. This one says grade second.
Yes, sir. This is
so
not
why is the second grade all of a sudden the place where we need to make this reduction? I thought when we looked at things at 3rd and 4th grade was what the principals were interested in. So why all of a sudden 19 are in second grade is a question I'm asking.
Mr. Suddeth, are you directing that question to some? Would you like someone specifically?
No, we can answer it.
I would answer why I made
So
the motion that way.
I suppose we can ask the maker of the motion why they chose second grade. Is that what you're interested in?
Be fine.
Okay. Dr. O'Connor.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I would like to have made a motion to reduce it K through 5. And you're right. A lot of, we seem to be further off in 4th and 5th grade from our allocation versus what teachers are experiencing in their difficulty. But the reason for focusing on 2nd grade is because Dr. Royster has already included 1st grade elsewhere in the plan. And based on the research that Dr. McCrary presented, the primary grades are the most important place where reduced class size has an effect on student achievement, and in this particular case of interest, in reading. And disadvantaged students are twice as likely to benefit from that class reduction in the primary grades. So it's simply a budgetary reason that, and the research alignment, that I tried to ask for the smallest next step I could ask for, which would be to add 2nd grade to what Dr. Royster has already presented. It isn't that it isn't important in the other grades as well, but if we're going to tackle that reading, we need to do it in K3 urgently. That's the reason.
Why did we have, when we were looking at this, K through 5, and then we had a reading specialist, Dr. Royster, to assist with the K through 5?
I think there's some other strategies in there that relate to all the elementary grades. The administration's recommendation was directly applicable to grade 1 and moving it to 15 to 1. And as a part of that overall strategy, by reducing those classes down, then taking the existing resource of reading specialists and move them to be utilized primarily in grade 2, but also in grade 3 to catch any of those students who, so to speak, fell through the cracks in grade 1. So we made that recommendation based on what we believed was the best strategy, taking into account the limited resources that the district has to fund expansions of program services.
It comes back to my question, how effective has been the reading specialist for the K for the 1st grade?
That at this point, we believe they have been effective. Dr. McCrary is completing a study on their effectiveness, and but at this point, we have no reason to believe that implementation has not been effective. It was based on effective research to begin with, and we believe that we're seeing gains within our schools by utilizing that model.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sudduth. Mr. Meek.
Thank you, and I'm sure this has been asked and answered. I'm sorry I had to step out for a moment, but Dr. Royster, how much do you project that this would add to the district's budget?
The grade 2, 19 to 1 adds $4.3 million to the other 2 class size initiatives, which total $9.34 million, bringing the total to $13.64 million. That's in FY19 dollars. That's total cost, all implementation at one time. Now, the other 2 are phased in, and I believe this motion is to phase in. The offset to phase in is as you phase in over the years, you have an increase per teacher cost.
So how many millage would this be?
13.64 would be, Jeff, 12 point something mils?
Yes, sir.
1 mil has a value of $1.13 million. Is that correct, Jeff? 1,314. Thank you.
And how much would that leave with our millages if we used everything?
You don't have that much in abeyance right now. If you accept the 5.1 mil recommendation of the administration, that leaves you with 10. And it took about 10 years to accrue to slightly over 10. I think 10.2.
And can you tell me in dollars how much that would be on our business partners?
I'm sorry, Mr. Meek.
In dollars, how much would that increase on their millage in dollars to our business partners?
Oh, impact.
Forest.
our floors.
Impact to a business? Mr. Knox, are you? Yes, sir. I wasn't sure if he dozed off or he was calculating when he was looking down like that.
He's calculating, but, you know, I don't know how everyone else feels, but, you know, we tax our individual businesses quite a bit since Act 304s went into effect many years ago. And those of us who have a small business want to continue to have a small business. And, you know, it's kind of detrimental on those who's just hanging on by thread one way or the other. So I think we ought to look very carefully before we decide to implement 12.7 meals under our business partners out there. That's some of them's already stretched to the limit. And I'm just talking, giving Mr. Knotts a little bit of time to give me that number.
But your time's up
You may
now.
need to tell a story or something. Apparently, he's still calculating. I don't think it's near that much money.
I remember when I was in 7th grade.
We'll just wait. We'll just wait on quietly, Mr.
I can
Meek.
start earlier in life. I remember back a little farther and can tell you.
You're off topic. Okay, while he's looking for that, we are out of time. So I'm going to extend, I know there are a couple of questions, at least on the strategic plan, that people have told me they have questions on the main plan. Do I have any more motions?
Just one, but it's very short compared to the others. It's more of a...
So I'm going to extend for 30 minutes since I don't know what the questions are going to look like on the main motion.
Thank you, Fred.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Knotts?
If we levied an additional 10.1 mils, because that's all you have left, if you levy 5.1 mils, the additional 10.1 mils for the nursery that we have given examples before, it would be an additional $393. For the restaurant...
Excuse me, go ahead.
Please, all right, I'm sorry.
For the restaurant that we have used in the past, the additional 10.1 mils would be $191. Over and above the cost of the 5.1. For the pharmacy, the additional 10.1 mils would be an additional $184. And for the machine shop, the additional 10.1 mils would be an additional $279. Again, if we levy the 5.1, the only additional millage we have is 10.1 mils.
Which still leaves you some number short of the total 13.64.
Yes, sir. The cost to do what we were talking about earlier was actually 10 mils, 10.38 mils, so we'd be short 0.2 mils.
And I think it's a good time to, as a reminder, to point out that anything you include in here would then require subsequent action of the board to include in the budget, but I'm sure the board members are aware of that.
So if we use this, we would use all our taxing authority on class size, on this one class size, on this one motion. We would have no money left over for increases that's going to come up in the next several years. Is that true?
I think it would be reasonable to assume, based on how you have accrued millage in the past, that if you continue to accord pay increases to meet inflation, not going really much beyond that, if you continue to accord pay increases to meet inflation, you meet the demands of growth, you meet the underfunded and unfunded mandates, you got a margin of a little over $1 million a year. All right, you already got 10 that you've set aside. So over the next 5-year period, you'd likely accrue 5 more, being very conservative in all other aspects of your budget. So that money likely would be there, but would in essence eliminate all those other things you might wish to consider doing that might also benefit benefit student achievement, for the whatever lessons we learn out of on-track that we might want to apply in other schools. We also, you might consider this growth or not, but over the next 5 years, we'll spend somewhere between probably $3.5 and $4.5 million putting 2 new schools online in recurring annual cost that are not budgeted somewhere else already. And that's the expansion of Rudolph Gordon. You saw about $404,000 in this year's budget, and then ultimately the opening of Fountain Inn High School. Now, the way we've structured those in opening them a grade level at a time helps to minimize the fiscal impact and spread it, in the case of those 2 schools, over 7 years, as opposed to two one-year hits at one time. But that's also something out there for consideration.
Okay, would this be the largest millage increase that this board would have ever done?
If you were to do this at one time, it's, to my knowledge, yes. I think the recent history, the largest was
8.5.
8.5 mills in 2009, 2008?
Around that time frame.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Leventis Wells.
Yes. Also, Dr. Royster, didn't you state that there would be 30 schools if we did add additional teachers, that we would need additional space? And so how does that come into play?
There would be 30 schools that could not fully implement it. 12 could partially, and 18, 12 not at all, and 18 partially. Those 2 numbers backwards.
Okay.
Well, that goes to, moving in portables or additions to existing space, one of the 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Or reassignment, I'm sorry. Reassignment.
Thank you.
Ms. Grayson.
I'd like to call the question on the motion.
Second.
So I have a motion to call the question and a second. There's no discussion. So all in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Time to vote on the motion. So the motion on the floor is to add I guess we didn't say that. The motion is to reduce class size in second grade to 19 as an action item under the reading goal on page 63. All
Madam Chairman, can I request a roll call vote?
We have a roll call vote.
Mrs. Bush? No. Mrs. Goodwin-Cowwild?
No.
I'm sorry.
Ma'am?
I'm sorry.
She didn't hear you?
No. Okay. Mrs. Grayson?
No.
Mrs. Leventis Wells? No. Mr. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Meek?
No.
Mrs. Morrison Fair?
Yes.
Mrs. Roedlander?
Yes.
Mr. Sailors?
No.
Mr. Sutton?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Wells?
No.
Dr. O'Connor?
Yes.
3 yes, 9 no.
Okay, so the motion fails. So we're back to the main motion to approve the strategic ed plan as amended. Ms. Leventis Wells. We're talking about this, the whole strategic plan. Yep. You have a question.
Ms. Brinkman, can you tell me what the cost of the strategic plan items so far?
I can't give you an exact cost because so many items in there we say it's to be determined. We'll have to determine, for example, I know Ms. Gibbs in Goal Area 2 is looking for a tool to do some survey work and things like that. But the items that, excuse me, are already in the plan total around $15.5 million.
So far.
So far.
And I believe, to that point, the items that the cost is left to be determined in the scope of our budget are, I won't say insignificant, they're not material items, they're less than $1 million items. Would that be?
I don't know how much the survey
Nowhere near that.
information might cost, so
No.
I don't know that.
If that's the highest dollar one, they are considerably less than that. We put the ones that we could easily identify,
Yep.
and the ones that had the highest, we knew the highest cost value on, we put those in there. The others are less cost impact. And again, going back as a reminder, you vote on this today, this becomes a roadmap for what we bring to you in recommendations, but you also have to vote if they have financial impact, unless we're simply rearranging a resource in our existing budget of minimal impact, they have to come back to you for inclusion either in the capital budget process, and I don't think there's much in there on the capital side, or on the general fund budget side. So when we reach the year of implementation, year one of reducing first grade class size, we would bring to you, well, that has an annual cost this year of $2 million, whatever it is. And then you would vote to include that in your budget or not to include it. So you have that point, and then you also have, well, I guess for lack of a better term, a mandatory revisiting of your strategic plan every spring. We believe very strongly that the items that were included in the strategic plan you have in front of you are items that are within the district's ability to fund those, using the past as a guide to the future of what we believe are very conservative recommendations from the administration and very conservative actions on part of the board to add additional cost to the taxpayers. There is nothing in there that we feel exceeds, if you look at that as a set of parameters, we don't feel it exceeds that. Now, if in 2020 we have what happened in 2010, that obviously changes things, but that's something no one could reasonably predict.
Well, that gives me a good idea. Thank you, Ms. Brinkman, for that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Ms. Brinkman, on page 52, about the graduation rate, are there only 2 high schools that are below the 80% that we're requiring? It's only 2?
At this time, there are only 2. The way the motion is worded, we believe that in the future, if another school would fall below that 80% threshold, they would be added to the plan at its next renewal.
So with this performance goal 3, it'll only be 2 schools that will be concentrating on getting them up to the 80%?
Yes, ma'am, but if you read, the overall goal is still to raise the overall district graduation rate to 90%, which would require an increase by all schools. And then the language was added by the board to focus on those. Initially, the language said below the district average, but only 2 of the ones below the district average were below the threshold that was stated.
Okay. On page 99, do y'all usually put people's names in the strategic plan? I know this is a strategic plan for 5 years, but on page 99, you have Dr. Penny Rogers' name in this strategic plan.
You are correct. We do not usually place a person's name in there. We put their position, for example, assistant superintendent or whatever. That has specifically to do with a waiver that we have to seek for her at that particular school. So in that case, it is specific to that individual, not for the position. A different person would not necessarily require that waiver.
It's probably
Okay, I'm not understanding the part in here about the guidance counselor. Why is that in here?
Washington Center, by virtue of it being a school, would normally be required to have a guidance counselor, but we've asked for a waiver that they not be required to have a guidance counselor because of the significant disabilities of the students who attend there.
They have other personnel way beyond that which most schools would have.
Okay.
A regular school counselor would not be of value to their students.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Brink.
You're welcome.
Ms. Roletter?
I move to pass the strategic ed plan without further debate. Roll call.
Do I have a second? Second. So,
she made a motion to approve the strategic plan 2018.
Without debate.
is that a,
So we're voting on roll up. Wait a minute.
so,
You call the question.
Ms. Leventis Wells?
I call the question.
Okay, so,
Okay, so I'll just hold on.
so do I have a second to call the question?
Second.
I have a second to call the question. All in favor of
Roll call.
calling the question?
Is this on calling the question?
Yeah, we're voting, the call question means that we would adjourn any additional debate, discussion. No one would be able to ask any more questions about the strategic ed plan. We would just pass it. We'd vote to pass it or not.
Let's go for it.
So this is the calling the question. Do you support adjourning debate and voting right now? Okay. Ms. Bush?
No. Ms. Iguodala?
No.
Ms. Grayson?
Yes.
Mrs. Leventis Wells?
Pass.
Mr. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Meek?
No.
Mrs. Morrison Fair?
No.
Mrs. Rowe
Yes.
Mr. Salem?
No.
Mr. Sutton?
Yes.
Mrs. Wells?
No.
Mrs. Leventis Wells?
No.
And Dr. O'Connor? 3 yes, 9 no.
Motion fails. So is there additional discussion? Do I have other? Dr. O'Connor?
Yeah, this is one very small motion that relates to the reading performance goal number 5, annual increase in the percentage of K-5 students reading on grade level as defined by Fontes and Pinnell. And I would simply like to add, and any other reading measures the district observes, because I believe South Carolina Ready or MAP or any other assessment that we do, we're measuring reading on grade level not just by one indicator, but any that we have available to us that we're using. So I might refine it a little bit if I could ask Jeff McCoy to tell us which other assessments in K-5 are used for reading.
When you say K-5, you mean kindergarten or K through 5?
Yes, K through 5, I'm sorry. K through 5.
So certainly.
So hold on just a second. So are you asking a question, or are you making a motion? Because if you're making a motion, I need to have the motion to make a second. If you're asking a clarifying question about what's in the strategic plan, then you can continue. And then you can determine.
I have a question relating to this item, which I believe I will follow with the motion, but it depends on Mr. McCoy's answer.
Mr. McCoy.
So what assessments do we use in reading for kindergarten through 5th grade currently?
So reading specifically would be Fontes and Pinnell, Fastbridge, Kindergarten Readiness Assessment, which is a state assessment in kindergarten. And then we do have SC Ready in grades 3 through 5 that have a component of reading in them.
Okay, so would, my intention is that we not limit ourselves only to measuring whether we are reading on grade level by one of those, but all of those. So I would simply ask that the administration list all reading assessments that we use in kindergarten through 5th grade rather than only Fontes and Pinnell.
So, Dr. O'Connor, would you like some reaction from the administration to what they have here? Or are you making a motion?
I'm making the motion because I understand that Fontes and Pinnell is done by teachers and is a wonderful way of knowing where they are, but also has a measure of subjectivity in it that some of the other assessments don't. We also have measures for South Carolina ready throughout this document. So my first inclination was just to say, and South Carolina ready, but since there are multiple reading indicators, I thought it might be simpler to just say, as defined by, and then just list all of the assessments. But there is a specific reason that I don't want it just to be one, because I think multiple measures are appropriate here.
Okay, so so I need a specific amendment.
Annually increase the percentage of kindergarten through 5th grade students reading on grade level as defined by Fontes and Pinnell, comma, South Carolina ready, comma, Fastbridge, and is MAP not included in there, Mr. McCoy?
You could include MAP. I mean, MAP has reading components in 2nd and 5th, yeah.
And MAP.
Comma and MAP.
Comma and MAP. Did I leave anything out, Mr. McCoy?
What about mastery?
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. I was telling him to hold on.
I think as of today, yes, we maybe just want to add some language as you originally were going to, or others as, because state changes those all the time, what we can use. So we may just, I don't argue with you against the multiple measures piece, for sure, because we certainly use multiple measures to define reading.
So could you help me with adding language to allow for that to change as our assessments change?
Yes.
Could I help you by saying, what if you said South Carolina ready, Fastbridge, MAP, and other district measures?
Perfect. And other district measures.
Does that work?
Yeah, it works.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all.
The amendment is on page 61 of the strategic ed plan to add the
63, well, I don't know the page number.
63.
62, actually. I'm on mine.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just. Am I not looking at the right one?
Let's just say
62.
Let's
That's
say
where
performance goal 5, goal area
62.
1.
Yeah. Okay.
That way the spacing will.
All right.
Performance goal 5, goal area 1.
To add South Carolina ready, Fastbridge, MAP, and other district measures. Okay. So that's your amendment. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second from Mr. Lewis. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
I'd like
Mr. Sudduth. Oh.
That's how you get her attention.
I just wanted to point out that we already have a goal built around SC both in performance goal 1 under goal area 1 and performance goal 2 under goal area 2. We address SC ready in both of those areas already. And my understanding is that Fastbridge is actually a measure of how students are doing when they come to us, and it doesn't measure progress. Those are my only comments, is my understanding.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments? Sure. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Sudduth, I forgot. And then Mr. Meek.
So we're saying that if we don't add those other things, the only way we can measure it is through Fontes and Pinnell. So we approve all these documents. If we don't list them, then that means they can't include them.
For the purposes of tracking this performance goal, we would only be looking at how students are doing on Fontes and Pinnell unless we add these other measures, is my understanding of what this means. Right? So for this goal, so for those of you not on page 62, the goal reads, annually increase the percentage of K-5 students reading on grade level as defined by Fontes and Pinnell. So that performance goal is specific to Fontes and Pinnell and how students will do. Dr. O'Connor's amendment would add these other measures to allow reading on grade level to be determined by Fontes and Pinnell or these other district measures.
So we're going to tell them how to do it. They said we can do it by Pinnell, but we can say, no, we don't want you to do it just by Pinnell, we want you to add these other things as well. Okay.
That is your interpretation, yes. Okay. Mr. Meade.
The maker of the motion said earlier she had a reason, and could she explain to me what the reason was? You may have already done that, but I just wanted to hear it.
Okay. Well, I don't think I've done that certainly for the maker. So, Dr. O'Connor, can you address?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, sir, ma'am, whoever, to both of you, I guess. I tried to do it and may not have done it well enough, clearly, but Fontes and Pinnell is one way of measuring whether we are reading on grade level. We have in this district multiple ways that we measure reading performance. And I want us to look at all of those indicators when we are measuring how we're doing on reading in kindergarten through 5th grade. And the limitation of Fontes and Pinnell is that it is a subjective measure administered one-on-one between the teacher and the student. There are pros and cons to that. Sometimes their measures are better because they know the student so well. Other times they may miss something that a norm reference test or the South Carolina Ready test picks up in reading performance. So in order to have the broadest understanding as a district of where we are on this key priority of reading performance, to Mr. Sutter's question as well as to Mr. Meek's question, I'm not suggesting that we add any testing to what we're already doing, but that we measure all that we are already doing here so that we are following and understanding how we're doing, not just on one measure, but all of our reading assessments. And to Ms. Brinkman's point, I realize that we do have other areas where we address South Carolina Ready, so this just enforces or reinforces the fact that that is one of the measures that is directly pertinent to increasing performance of those students on their reading levels between kindergarten and 5th grade.
I'd just like to point out that if it's in the performance goal as listed here, it needs to be included in the data table beneath. So I would assume that you would want us to just restate the data table from SC Ready from Goal 1 at this point, in this place.
I'm sorry that I'm not able to move my thinking ahead as fast as you are, Ms. Brinkman, but I would trust that if we pass this motion, you all would let it be reflected where it needs to be, and that I'm not adding anything other than to say we're not just interested in one measure, which is Fontes and Pinnell, to say we are reading on grade level, but all of the assessments, because they all bring something different and important to our understanding.
Madam Chairman, can I get the superintendent's response also?
Yes, Mr. Meek, you read my mind. Dr. Royster?
Thank you. One really is kind of a clarification. I wanted to make sure that I understood that Dr. O'Connor's inclusion of SC Ready simply restates the goal that is already stated in a different section. It doesn't create a new one. It simply shows it here as well. Is that correct? Okay. Now, I know there's been discussion, Jeff, of particularly related to, I believe, the dyslexia bill, the utilization of FastBridge subsequent to entry in school. Has that, and Pam's not in here, I think she may be in there, is she listening? because prior to the introduction of that dyslexia legislation, to Ms. Brinkman's point, FastBridge would only be used to see where they stood when they came to us.
Yeah.
So are we talking about the subsequent administrations of FastBridge in grade 1 and possibly grade 2 related to the implementation of that bill?
Not in relation to that bill. We've been giving FastBridge as required by state to have some measures of progress in K through 2. Dr. Royster is right, though. That very first test we give, we would not want to include on that because we had that's tested 2 weeks after kids arrive with us. And my only comment as I started thinking about that when Ms. Brinkman mentioned the tables, I do think we need to be careful about SC Ready in here because we do not get a reading subset, if you will, of that SC Ready. So what we're doing is now we're putting the whole ELA back into a reading goal, which would be a little problematic for me because, again, we can't subset that out. I can't subset reading out of that.
And I was going to ask you that, I'm glad you mentioned that. So from the administration's perspective, while certainly agree and support Mr. McCoy's statement about multiple measures of assessment, which directly to Dr. O'Connor's point, we can't separate out reading on SC Ready. So to use that and say that's indicating your own grade level for reading is a misnomer because it covers all of English language arts. I think to include FastBridge, MAP, and other district measures that might be utilized is very appropriate. I would request and recommend that SC Ready not be included in here as it not being appropriate because it's not directly related to the measure of reading attainment.
Okay, that's fine. I thought I heard Mr. McCoy say 3rd and 5th
Dr.
grade.
O'Connor, you don't have the floor. I'm sorry. Mr. Meek has the floor.
Okay, that's okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Meek.
Okay, that's the whole problem I have with the whole process of changing something on the fly because we're looking at a document that's taken months and months and months to prepare and then ask me to digest it and make my mind up on the fly here in a few minutes. It's real difficult to vote yes for some of these amendments because I don't understand it. I'm not going to say what I started to say, but anyway, if I don't understand it, I can't vote yes for it. And so I think that if the motions were well prepared ahead of time and brought to us, then I could support this, but I'm not going to support this because I don't understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Without objection, to get to the end of this, I know you guys are hungry, but I'm going to extend for 10 minutes and hope that we can get where we need to be. So we'll see. Ms. Leventis Wells and then Mr. Lewis.
Basically, Dr. Royster, in reference to the motion that Dr. O'Connor has made, everything would work except the South Carolina Ready. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis?
I was just going to say that I'm hungry, but I'm excited to support this motion. I appreciate Dr. Ball O'Connor for going through all of these motions. And what I read here is that we are just increasing the number of options for readiness assessments and screenings that we can do with students. And I do agree that there is a need for us to have multiple measures because some of them are more appropriate for different populations. And so I'm excited to support this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Roletter?
Really?
I call the question. Roll call.
Is there a second? Okay, so the motion does not make the floor. Mr. Sailors?
Point of clarification, Madam Chairman, are we taking the reference to SC Ready out of this motion?
I do not have an amendment to that.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move that we amend this motion to remove SC Ready.
Second.
I have a motion to amend by striking. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So to amend the motion by striking South Carolina Ready. I have a second. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Second.
Okay. Hearing no discussion on the amendment. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Sudduth. I'm hungry too, I guess.
Just so I understand. Just so I understand, so on this, I'm going to have not only Pinell, but I'll have Fast Bridge, I'll have MAP, so I've got to have those three things.
You can have
Mr. Sudduth, these are,
If you got to have one, then you got to have three. So what I'm saying, if they're going to tell me that I can do it by looking at Pinell, but no, that's not enough, we want to add Fast Bridge, we want to add MAP, then I will make sure I've got all those measures if I'm going to make a decision on that. So I just want that understood. So if we're going to vote for this, then we want to have all those included to help us make the decision.
yes, sir. It's my understanding that these are all current assessments that the district is giving to our.
And if they want to add any other measure, that's fine.
That's correct.
But we must have these three, is what this is saying.
Yes.
That's what we're saying.
Gotcha.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion carries.
Madam Chair.
We are back to the main motion. So is there any discussion on
No.
No.
is there any discussion on the main motion
No.
to approve the district strategic ed plan?
No.
Hearing no further hearing no further discussion, the motion on the floor is to approve the strategic ed plan.
Madam
She
Chairman,
didn't see me.
Point of order, I think we're just still on that amendment. We just approved.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry. Well, see, I am hungry and I'm in a hurry. Okay, so now we have the amended motion, which is to add to Performance Goal 5, Goal Area 1, Fast Bridge Map, and other district measures. All in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries. Now we'll move back to the main motion. To approve the Strategic Education Plan 2018-2023 as amended. That's on the floor. Right? So is there any discussion on the main motion to approve the Strategic Ed Plan? Awesome. So all in favor of approval of the Strategic Ed Plan, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
They might not be.
Okay.
Jerry, you can take a week off now.
I know. Now let Ms. Brinkman have some time. That's a
At
good
this point,
idea.
we have lunch here. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch break and then reconvene to continue our meeting. Thank you all for your work. At 1:30, yeah.
That's 35 minutes. You said 30.
Hello.
Our board meeting, and our next item on the agenda is item 3.02, proposed revision to policy BBC, board committees. And Mr. Lewis, I believe you have a presentation for us on this?
I do. I can do it without it though, since it's not on the.
Okay, so we have a recommended motion from the ad hoc.
There's a slide, but I can do it without the slide. So
Okay.
Don't worry about Doug.
It's fine, Doug, unless you need it. So if the board will just direct their attentions to the board docs, it has the policy recommendations. So just as a refresher, this committee was formed at the request of the chair to look at policy BBC. If you remember back several months ago, we initially looked at it from a FOIA perspective, but there were questions raised during the board discussion at that point about how items end up on the agenda. And if you may recall, this is where the discussion about whether an item takes more than 1 hour of time, whether it could be left off of the agenda or not. So we, it's okay, Nancy, we're fine. So there's a revised version of it, and I would like to read that paragraph and then just kind of talk through how that works just for everyone's review. So if you're looking at board docs, this is number 4 in the resolution. So I'm just going to read how it is revised, and then we'll talk through it. So So number 4, which is about how items end up on the committee of the whole agenda, has been revised to say, any board member or the superintendent may place an item on the committee of the whole by submitting the item with appropriate backup material on an official form prior to the close of agenda. Board members may submit no more than 2 items and are urged to confer with one or more other fellow board members and the superintendent prior to placing an item on the agenda. That part was not changed. This is the part that was changed. If the superintendent determines that any item submitted by a board member requires a significant amount of staff time to research or otherwise prepare, the superintendent may either collaborate with the requesting board member for the item to be presented at a future meeting of the committee of the whole, or bring the item to the agenda of the committee of the whole for the board to determine if the administration should engage in the necessary preparation. So that's the revision that came out of the BBC committee on number 4. So I'm going to talk about it for a second, and then Mr. Webb's going to talk about the other revisions, which really had more to do with FOIA changes than any substantive work that came out of the committee. So it's the way it helped me was to kind of think of it as a decision tree, and so I just want to kind of talk through kind of the if-ors. So number 1 is any board member can request an item to be on the agenda at any time. Right? That is a fact that we all agree to be true. Now, we do, in another section of our policy, give the superintendent and the chair the actual authority to make the agenda. But any board member can request an item to be put on the agenda at any time. If the item that you request requires the superintendent to do a substantial amount of work, then one of 2 things happens. Either the superintendent calls the board member and says, hey, I can't get this done by next week's CAL meeting, and it's going to take me X amount of days to get it done. Are you okay waiting until a month from now or 2 months from now or 7 years from now, and I'm going to get it done by then? And the board member says, yeah, that's great. Then that's when it happens, right? If the superintendent comes back and says, I can't get it done in time, and the board member doesn't say, yeah, that's great, then what the superintendent would need to do is to bring it before the board and say, I've been asked to do this thing, I can't get it done in time, and do you as a board want to direct me to do it in this time, or should we work on another date? So it gives the authority back to the entire board to direct the superintendent to do something that may not be able to get done in a amount of time. But it still always leaves the ability that a board member can always put an item on the agenda without it requiring staff time. So an example of that we used in the discussion was, let's say that I wanted to do a discussion about teacher retention, right? And so I have some data about how teachers are leaving the workforce because I read an article and I'm concerned about that and I want to talk about that. So I go to Dr. Royster and say, I'd like this to be on the agenda, and Dr. Royster says, I can't collect all that data. Can we put it back, right? So I can say yes or no. If I say no, he's going to come to the board and he's going to say, Derek wants me to do this presentation on teacher retention. It takes a lot of staff time and I'm not going to get it done in the next couple of weeks. Are you okay waiting? And the board can either say, yeah, I'm okay waiting, or no, I'm not. But I could always just say, you know what? You don't have to do anything. I'm going to put an item on the agenda and I want to talk about teacher retention. I've got an article from the state newspaper and I've got some data from Sarah, and we're going to have a discussion without the staff having to do a lot of staff time, and that can still happen. So it was really important to this committee that we make that explanation to the board that this does what we think 2 different groups on the board wanted. One is it clarifies how we can get from I can't get this done by next week to a process to move it forward. But it also doesn't remove the ability of any board member to put any item on the agenda at any time. So I'm going to stop there and let Mr. Webb talk about the other sections, and then I think we can open it for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. The other item that the committee considered in substance was number 6, 2 items below that in section B, which you will see the committee recommended striking the first sentence there and adding 2 sentences. The first sentence that was added addresses the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act, makes sure that this policy and practices of the committee of the whole regarding agendas is consistent with state law. The second line there, one that reads, after the meeting begins, an item upon which action can be taken may only be added to the agenda by a 2/3 vote of the members present, and only if at least 2/3 of all board members are present. Well, as you know, committee of the whole, the committee itself does not have the ability to take final action on an item. It can recommend final action to the full board for consideration, but it, in of itself as an entity cannot take final action. So this sentence complies, the second sentence complies with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act in allowing the committee of the whole more flexibility, more discretion to add an agenda item by a 2/3 vote of the members present. It used to be unanimous in the old policy. As you'll see, the line that is being recommended that is deleted had the unanimous consent of the members present. Well, the idea, and those that were present for the committee discussion, the idea is that given that board members and the board will have the opportunity to discuss the matter again in 2 weeks or at a later time, there should be more flexibility and opportunity for agenda items to be added, but that it should still take a 2/3 vote of the members present and with sort of a heightened quorum requirement of 2/3 of all board members being present, which would be 8. So that was the other substantive change that the committee recommended during its discussions. A couple other housekeeping items that the committee addressed, going back to section 1B under agendas. You'll see there in that second section that the words "but not the action proposed" has been deleted. That reflects current practice, how things are actually listed under board docs for your consideration for committee of the whole. A lot of times there is an action proposed. So that's been deleted. And then going back again to section 2, number 7, where it's right under the language that I had been talking about with the adding of agenda items. Number 7, we added the line "except as described above," recognizing that agendas can be modified, added to during a meeting with those parameters in place, as I discussed a few minutes ago. So those were the other changes.
Okay. All right. Is there any discussion, any questions on the policy as presented? Okay. So hearing no discussion, we have a recommended motion from the ad hoc committee to accept the ad hoc committee's recommendation for revising board policy BBC. Okay, so it's on the floor. Since it's coming from committee, it doesn't require a second. So all in favor of, Dr. O'Connor, did you have a? I have a question. Jeff, I'm sorry. So, okay, Dr. O'Connor.
Yes, Mr. Lewis, thank you for that decision tree explanation. That was exactly what I needed to understand. But when I think of a decision tree, I think of if, then, and I like the fact that what I heard you saying is that the first order of business in a situation like that would be for the superintendent to confer with the board member to see if a delay would be appropriate. And if the board member did not find that answer acceptable, then the superintendent might bring it to the board for a vote. In the language, does it show that if one does not happen, then the other comes in, or does it say either or?
Yes,
and I'm having trouble pulling mine up right now, so
I can read the sentence to you. I think it says one thing, but you may hear something different. So
okay.
What I read is so this is quoting that new policy. If the superintendent determines that any item submitted by a board member requires a significant amount of staff time to research or prepare, the superintendent may either collaborate with the requesting board member for an item to be presented at a future meeting of the committee of the whole, or bring the item to the agenda of the committee of the whole for the board to determine if the administration should engage in necessary preparation.
Okay, so
it is written as an either or.
I would be 100% comfortable with it if it was written the way you said it, which is if they are not able to come to an agreement. So if you were to just change the language to say, if first the superintendent approaches the board member, and if that is not resolved, then. So is there a simple way to do that? But when you say either or, that to me says that the superintendent might just come to the board and say, this is going to take a significant amount of time, and do you think I should go ahead with this, without first trying to work with the board member to see if an extension would be appropriate. So that, I think it's strongly preferable to me to, if it reads as you stated, the order of things would go. And my request is, if there's a simple way to make that revision instead of or, but first and then I would like to make that amendment to the motion. Is that something you could help with, Mr. Webb or Mr. Lewis, either one, so that I'm not taking an undue amount of board time? But I think the distinction is meaningful and important, and I like the way Mr. Lewis, laid it out, and that's the way I think it should read.
Now, I'll be happy to help in any way. There was, and I'll bring this to those that serve on the committee and for the full board discussion, language similar to that of what's being discussed right now, more of a decision tree first, then second, and then more of a delineated process that was discussed by the committee. So it was their second meeting, our second meeting, I believe it was. And that was not approved by the committee. It was more delineated, defined process far as first, second, kind of third kind of concepts. But this was the version that was approved after thorough discussion by the committee. That all being said, Mr. Lewis, I'll let you speak to the issue. I'll be happy to help in any way, but I know it was discussed to some degree by the committee.
Since it's your item and you spoke to it, are you? I think.
We have to.
Yeah, well, I guess, do you want to, so Dr. O'Connor believes it's reading different than the way you described it. And I guess from your standpoint, as the chair of the committee, when you're reading it and listening to how she's interpreting it, do you believe what she's saying is accurate, first of all? And then
I believe that it says may either or.
Okay.
I believe that the way I described it is what I thought we intended it to say.
Then would you be open to an amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then
I would, but
could
there are
we,
other members of the committee that are.
Could we, is there a convenient way to, Madam Chair, give a moment to work on that without holding up the rest of what's going on and return to it? Would that be better, so that because if Mr. Lewis would like for it to reflect it as he stated it, and it would simply be just first and then, because I cannot imagine that the superintendent would want to come back in and bypass that step, so it shouldn't be hard to put it in the proper order, but I just can't do it from where I sit.
Okay, so I think, if Dr. O'Connor, if we can hold that for a minute, and we'll see what other reactions we get from board members, and then Mr. Lewis may have suggestions for how to deal with that needed revision.
Sure.
So I think Debbie, did you have your hand up? I
Yeah.
didn't see you, but okay. So Debbie, and then Glenda, and Roger.
I would just say, with Mr. Webb's reference to the discussion that went on at the committee about the specifics of either or, I would be very hesitant to go in and change that, because I
just look at historical purposes. And though it's never, and would I ever think it would happen with this board, there was a time when a board member had been known to come with a request. That goes to my historical perspective as the dangers of doing it that way, because while we sit here on what we've built with this board and with this superintendent, there have been occasions where a board member came up with something and it was a considerable amount of time, and rather than the superintendent, I feel like in that process of being said, well, you know, it might take me 3 months to do this, but is there a majority of the board that wants to, that actually wants to, you know, the superintendent needs direction before those kind of resources of time and energy and all that goes into a request for, and I think rather than the superintendent being put in that uncomfortable position of saying, this is a request from one board member, and whether he has to make that it would be only appropriate that it be brought and that there be a majority of board members or a significant amount of board members that would show an interest in that, looking at it, discussing it, and saying, yes, we agree that we would like this and we understand the time constraints and the resources, but this is not now just a request from one board member, but a request from a majority of board members. So I would never want us to get back to that, and I would think that having the situation open like that, where it could be either or, would keep it to a decision that the board would make, and not a uncomfortable position that either the superintendent is going to have to make to go ahead and dedicate those resources and say, I'll have this ready for you in 2 months or 3 months or 6 months, or either coming to the board and saying, and that's essentially how we've gotten to where we are today, is being able to say, we want those resources put where, because when you're asking for these reports and documentation and things where, you know, I think the staff has been very, and the superintendent have been very open with us, and when we start requesting things to say, whoa, wait a minute, that's something that we don't have access to, we're going to have to stop and hand pull that, but when he sees that there's enough board members that want that information, then it's glad to comply. But I don't want to put us in a situation where it's almost like comply or don't comply, and then the next step is to take it to the board. That was just sharing my concerns about how important that would be in that, and how the time felt. And maybe that's some of the discussion that went on at the committee meeting. So, thank you.
Ms. Morrison-Fair.
Well, Debbie, I'm glad you spoke, because that answers my question on the other BCC recommended revisions, and I think that takes care of that, because even though a board member will request an item, the board member has talked to the superintendent, they can't come to an agreement, but this policy says that in order to put an item on the Cal agenda, and Mr. Webb clarified that, you have to have 8 people.
Yeah.
So that takes care of my question. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me follow up with that, because
So 8 or majority?
what the policy says in the beginning of number 4, and this was the discussion we had, is that any board member or the superintendent may place an item on the agenda of the committee of the whole by submitting the item with the appropriate backup material. Mm-hmm. So one board member can bring something to the committee of the whole, and that they have that right, period. But the way I understand it, so so what happens, the conversation we had, the discussion we had, I'm sorry, I'm going to speak to this. Is that I'll defer to you. Okay.
I defer to you.
All right. So the discussion was, what if a board member wants to talk about something, and in order for the superintendent to prepare for it, they can say, it'll take a bunch of time to collect information to present on that. The board member still has the right to say, I don't need you, this is in his presentation, I don't need you to provide any data to present. I am bringing this item for discussion to the committee of the whole.
Right.
So it doesn't take 8 people to put an item on the agenda for discussion. It would take 7 people to direct the superintendent to do additional work for a board member's request.
And that's what I thought I understood, but here it says, new language permits agenda items for COW action to be added. Takes a 2/3 vote, and Mr. Webb says that meant not just 2/3 of people present, but 2/3 of all board members. And he clarified that and said that meant 8.
Okay, so that means...
Sorry, go ahead.
So that means once an agenda has been posted. So once we close the agenda and we say, here's what we're going to talk about on Tuesday, in order for it to be added during the meeting or at the beginning of the meeting, that is when the board would have to agree. But if it's already on the agenda, it can come forward for discussion. So number 6, where he talked about once the agenda is set, that is specifically related to once it's been posted to board docs to add additional items to it. So there's two separate items, one about what happens to develop the agenda, and the other is once the agenda has been set. And if I didn't do well, then I guess Mr. Webb can.
That's correct. It's the sort of the timing and the whole process is one, placing it on the agenda set and going that route, versus once we're here in the boardroom and the committee of the whole is meeting, adding an item to the agenda.
Thank you.
Mr. Meek.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I thought we had discussed this pretty well at the committee, but I guess we still got a question or two. I'm a little confused on what Dr. O'Connor's request is, where she thinks it needs to be further added. Could you go back over that so I could understand?
Okay. So as I understand it, the language of this says if a board member goes to the superintendent and says, I would like a presentation on an item that is going to take a significant amount of resources, the superintendent can either say, okay, let me tell you when I can get that to you, and we'll determine when I can bring it. Or the superintendent can just say, I'm not going to do that work until the board takes action to require I do that work. And so what Dr. O'Connor is suggesting is that the language instead say that the superintendent would first try to collaborate always, and then if the collaboration broke down, for lack of a better word, then the superintendent would bring it to the committee of the whole to determine if the board wanted him to invest resources in looking for that presentation and that information.
So where it says the superintendent may either collaborate, she would like it to say must collaborate with the requesting board member. Is that?
Must first, I guess, is Dr. O'Connor, is that kind of your intent?
Yes, I would like it to be exactly as Mr. Lewis presented it.
That's not the way the committee brought it out, though.
But it is, he said what he thought the intention of the committee was, and he chaired it. So I want to say that if the big concern for the reason for the committee being formed was to make sure that we were not overly restricting board members and a minority voice of those board members to be able to get the resources needed for their concern. And so to have it come back, it seemed excellent to me that first he would collaborate with the board member, and if they could not resolve it, then he may bring it to the full board, rather than him bypassing that individual board member, taking it straight to the board without first trying to collaborate toward a resolution with the board member.
And I'm trying to help you get there.
Thank you, Mr. Meek.
Back to that paragraph where it says, if the superintendent determines that any item submitted to him by a board member requires a significant amount of time to research or otherwise prepare, the superintendent must collaborate with the requesting board member for the item to be presented at a future meeting of the committee of the whole. Or would that satisfy what you want him to accomplish?
It does in part, yes, sir. But
What's-
then
what's the other-
after the must, you would have to say.
Will you let her?
I know, you guys are getting ahead of me here. So
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to understand, Madam Chairman, what she's wanting to change.
And I think
So we can go ahead.
the language as you present it would not meet Dr. O'Connor's needs, as I guess Mr. Webb can address that, but the fact that you put must there, you still have the word or, so you're saying he must either collaborate or bring the item to the agenda. So if it's a must first, so I think that your language doesn't quite get there. Mr. Lewis or Mr. Webb?
Madam Chairman, can I?
Okay, Mr. Meek, go ahead. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. And I heard your opinion, but I'd like to hear Dr. O'Connor's opinion, where she's wanting to go, because it's her request motion.
Okay, I will ask her if she
Thank
would
you.
like that as a... Dr. O'Connor, would you like...
Sir, yes, if we then, I believe, would have to end the sentence, must first collaborate with the requesting board member for the item to be presented at a future meeting of the committee of the whole, period. If that negotiation is unsuccessful, the superintendent may then bring the item to the agenda of the committee of the whole for the board to determine.
Okay, so Dr. O'Connor, my understanding is what Mr. Meek is offering is not sufficient to meet your needs, although you did just stated something differently.
Gets us part way there.
Okay.
If we then complete the sentence and add that language.
Okay. Mr. Meek.
So would she like to make a motion, I guess, Madam Chairman? I would like to hear it.
Okay.
Okay. I think I can do it.
Can I ask you just, before you put a motion on the floor, because you asked Mr. Webb to see if he could come up with some language to address it, and Mr. Webb looks like
It'd just be
Yeah,
wonderful
I can take
if
a
you
stab
had.
at it,
That'd be-
or I can go your route, but
No, if you've taken a stab, that's awesome.
try to put it on the screen here so everybody can see it.
Just trying to get us there.
Without objection, I'm going to extend for 5 minutes. You think so?
Who's ready?
I would like to speak to you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to extend for 10 minutes because I just going to have another speaker on the amendment.
So, this is one option. This is keeping it all in sort of one sentence. It recognizes, from my view, the idea of still requiring collaboration between the superintendent, and of course I want Dr. Royce to weigh in on anything of this, but to collaborate with the board member, and if that collaboration is not successful, or there's a need to take it to the committee of whole to determine to engage in the staff time, then that happens. So we changed it from to will from may.
Okay. And then added.
And then the rest.
So, Dr. O'Connor, would you like to make an amendment
or is it just proposing changes?
Or would you like?
Well, I'd like to ask Mr. Webb a question about his understanding of this. Do you see a substantive difference, Mr. Webb, in if negotiations are unsuccessful, the superintendent may bring the item to the agenda, to the committee of the whole, rather than just, or after talking with them, he brings
I would advise keeping collaboration as
so there's no real substantive
I don't really
difference.
like negotiations because that's what I do dealing with other items. To me, this is a collaborative process between the superintendent and board members. But to your question, I think it could be divided up into a next sentence to say, and I want Mr. Lewis to weigh in on this as well. But if collaboration
is not successful,
then the superintendent may bring.
If that would suit everyone just as well, I think it's a little clearer to say period, and then if collaboration is unsuccessful, then the superintendent may bring. Because it just says they're going to collaborate and then he's going to bring it, but it doesn't imply that he's going to try to reach a favorable conclusion, and if that doesn't happen. But if Mr. Lewis believes that the intent is, as he stated it, as it is written now, I'm fine with that too.
Well, so I guess she's making changes, so I guess I'm trying to figure out what it.
Yeah, that
so you would like to get an impression of you like these changes. You would like to get an impression from the chair of the committee.
Yes, that's correct. If that suits him just as well, if collaboration is unsuccessful, the superintendent will bring.
Yes. Okay. I think he can speak to it. I don't know if he can talk about what suits the committee, but he could certainly speak to it. Mr. Lewis?
I'm uncomfortable with that because I think it anticipates something to be unsuccessful when what we were talking about were options that were available.
Okay. Were you okay with the way it, as Mr. Webb had written it just prior to that?
I am in general uncomfortable with revising action that's taken at the committee level in the boardroom. But if that's what we've got to do to even just get this thing voted on, then I'm fine with the way that Mr. Webb proposed it.
Then I would be happy if you'd go back to your prior language, Mr. Webb, as we're discussing it going forward.
Undo. So, Dr. O'Connor, do I understand that you are recommending these changes?
Yes, ma'am.
I would, encourage Dr. Royster to present anything he would like to share on this
So, Doug,
line.
can I, as a motion, do we have to specifically do these words? Or I thought I heard you, could she offer an amendment to change the language as displayed on the screen?
That's right.
Is that clear? Okay. So we have an amendment to change the language in the policy as currently shown on the screen there. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second. Okay, so now is there any discussion on this change? Mr. Lewis? No? Yeah, you're next in line.
So first, I apologize. When I explained this in the beginning, I was going from my memory, and it's not what is reflected as what the committee approved, and it is not reflective of my notes. And so if I cause any confusion, the way that this is presented now is not what the committee approved, and what is being presented here is not what the committee discussed in the 3 meetings that they had that were open to the entire board and wasn't approved in the way that it is here. So if we're going to approve this because we believe that the board has the ability to just sit in here and revise committee work, then we should just disband all the committees and move them all to the committee of the whole. So,
Mr. Sudduth, did you have your hand up? Mr. Sudduth, I thought I saw your hand. No?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Hold on. Pat did have a thing. I just noted, I have your name. I wrote your name down.
All right, Mr. Senator. Go ahead.
Would you like for me to read it, Mr. Sutter?
Read to me after a future meeting of read the rest of that.
Or after collaboration with that board member, bring the item to the agenda of the committee of the whole for the board
For board what?
to determine if the administration should engage in the necessary preparation. So I'll read the whole thing for you again. If the superintendent determines.
No, don't need
No?
that.
Okay.
I can read.
Okay.
And we are very grateful.
It took me a while to learn.
I bet you can even read cursive, I bet.
And he can write too.
Or after collaboration with that board member, the superintendent will bring the item to the agenda of the committee of the whole. Is that what we're saying?
That's correct.
Even though we don't have the superintendent there, we've got the superintendent up above that. But since it's so long, it would help me if I know who was going to bring it out to the agenda of the committee of the whole. Even though it says up above it's the superintendent.
Yeah,
What we said a while ago, if we got the superintendent will bring the item to the agenda of the committee of the whole, is my suggestion.
Okay. So you'd like for us to repeat the noun?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No, I don't want the noun, I want the superintendent.
Yeah.
So the noun in that sentence is the superintendent will collaborate, or after collaboration with that board member, bring the item to the agenda. So
Just repeat the superintendent right there.
you want to repeat the superintendent?
Yes.
Superintendent will bring the item. Yeah.
With the,
That's right.
some,
What's
I guess
Nancy's
with
got
the-
up there is exactly what I was thinking.
okay, so with the, I guess, Doug, can I ask for the permission of the board to accept this change into the current motion? Is that, Mr. Meek, no? Do I need to do it as a? Okay.
Technically, it needs to be.
All right, so
voted. Had a second.
Mr. Suddeth, are you making a motion to insert the superintendent will into that change?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion to insert the superintendent will.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion on that addition? Hearing, Dana, are you on discussing the superintendent will?
Yes.
If the superintendent should be capitalized.
Okay. Okay, so if there's no other comments on that amendment, then all in favor of the insertion of the superintendent will, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No. Show of hands.
I need a show of hands. If you are in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand.
What, we're just putting the superintendent.
Just putting the superintendent will. Yeah, so if you're in favor of that amendment, raise your hand. So that's 7 opposed. That's 4. So the amendment passes. So now we're back to the original amendment as stated. Does anyone have comments? Ms. Grayson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended all these committee meetings. I just want to call, do you need to extend? It won't take me very long.
I'll extend for 5 minutes.
But
Without objection.
the purpose of the committee is to bring something to the board so that we don't wordsmith it. 12 people cannot write. 12 people cannot nitpick at this stage. We're wasting the staff's time. We're wasting the superintendent's time. We're taking people away from the children. 6 months ago, we asked Derek to chair a meeting to look at this policy. And I would urge the board to pass the original as coming out of committee or refer it back to committee. But I strongly discourage that because I can promise you that the same language will come back.
Ms. Grayson, thank you. Dr. O'Connor?
Yes, I just want to say that I don't believe that when board members make suggestions to committee recommendations that it in any way reflects a lack of confidence in the work of the committee. And there were many instances in which we brought instructional policy work forward or work, as you can recall, for the manner in which we would elect our officers, and many of you ripped through that to the point that it was almost unrecognizable, and we did not say, therefore, you don't honor the work of the committee. So I want to be clear that that is not what it means for me to try to make an amendment to make what I consider to be a substantive and important improvement to this for my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Mr. Lewis?
I'll be voting against this as it's written here because this isn't what came out of committee, and I believe that the substantive change that was made by an individual who attended meetings as a non-voting member of this committee is changing the intent of that committee. So I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Any other? Ms. Bush and then Mr. Suddeth.
Would I be remiss in asking Dr. Royster to weigh in on this and how he would perceive its ability to affect how we work now and how this would affect the way we do business in the future? Would it make things easier or harder, or do you want to plead the Fifth Amendment on this one?
Thank you, Ms. Bush, I guess. I believe perhaps the best answer I can give you about this is what the policy currently states, without any change to it, reflects what the administration does, with the exception of the 1 hour. What the committee brought forward would not change that practice of the administration. What this is amended to do would not change the practice of the administration. Now, that was kind of a long road around to say, if you just go back to what's already in there, we've operated well under that, recognizing that sometimes it takes an hour to locate the person that has the information. So we never use an hour as the standard. And it has been my practice as superintendent, and I think I can probably speak relatively safely about Dr. Fisher's practice, at least in the years that I've been here. Board member sends something in, it took a lot of work, then I would go to that board member and say, look, this is going to take like 3 weeks of work. Or I think you may have even provided the example earlier, we don't keep the data like this. Somebody has to go and hand collate this data to produce what you've asked for. We've always been able to work that out in a discussion, but if it came to a point, and that's the reason you have a policy, where we couldn't work that out, then you need to have the out to be able to come to the board and have the corporate body direct the administration to do significant amounts of work. Because without either the policy as it stands, the policy recommended by the committee, or this change to the policy recommended by the committee, there exists, although remote, but you do these policies for that purpose, the possibility that a board member could direct significant amounts of staff time that's not supported by the entire board. And that would be contrary to your policies, your operating practices, and really contrary to the legal structure of a board to begin to direct staff work in that quantity. And I think there are probably members of this body that can recall a time when it was necessary to have that policy. And I think it is necessary to continue to have one of those policies. None of these present a problem for the administration. All of them in different ways reflect the current practice of the administration. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
Ms. Bush?
Then I would make a motion to refer this back to committee.
I have a motion to refer it back to committee. Do I have a second? Okay, so that will not...
Give it a shot.
Yeah, I hear. Mr. Suddeth?
I respectfully disagree with Mr. Lewis. I can bring back and discuss something that has already been in committee, and I believe I have the ability to change it if I so desire. Respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suddeth. Is there any other commentary on that? Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell?
So the problem here is just the wording, basically.
I don't think there's any problem here.
We've been discussing it for about 15 minutes.
Ms. Caldwell, do you have a specific question related? Because we'll get to the vote as soon as we get all the questions and any concerns answered. So
no specific question. Can we call?
Okay.
I'd like to speak.
Okay, so Mr. Lewis as well. And I would just say we've done a lot of work today, and I know it's getting later in the day, but I think sticking to the specifics of the motions we have before us would be really helpful. So I will add 10 minutes without objection. Mr. Lewis.
I would just again clarify that these changes fundamentally change what the committee brought out of committee. The committee said that there were choices that were available, and I think we have given examples of times when the board would have preferred for the superintendent to have brought to the committee of the whole a discussion so that we could have decided then whether to direct the staff to spend considerable amount of staff time or not. And to remove the phrase may and replace will, we have eliminated choices, and we have forced a process that was not what the committee approved. It would be my recommendation that the committee vote down this motion as it's amended, which would refer it back to committee because the committee was formed by the chair to revise this policy. So the committee could come back in 2 weeks with a revision that could be discussed during the committee meeting without it being sent back to committee. So my recommendation to the board is to vote no to this amendment, which would in fact move it back to the committee to come back with a revised motion.
No, sir, it would actually then move us back to the main motion to approve the board policy.
Right, but I'm saying if our fear is this has got to pass or not pass, then it is not going to when it doesn't pass and the next motion doesn't pass, it doesn't kill this amendment. It just brings all of that work back to the committee, which is where this work should have been done to begin with.
Okay, I understand your point. Ms. Roller, have you spoken to this item yet? No, I have not. Okay.
I move to call the question.
I don't have a second, so that motion's not...
He seconded?
Okay, have a motion and seconded to call the question. All in favor of calling the question?
This is a calling the question on the amendment with the red and green. Okay.
As presented on the screen.
All right. So all in favor to call the question on this amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, because I want to speak to it. Okay, so the motion to call the question has passed. So we have a motion to amend the proposed revision of Board Policy BBC Section 4 to read as we have on the screen. All in favor of this approval indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
I need to see a show of hands. So if you're in favor of this amendment, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you're opposed to this amendment, 1, 2, 6, 7, Okay, 6. So the amendment fails. So now we're back to the main motion on the approving the policy. And I am going to take an opportunity to tell you why I can now not vote for this policy. As a member of that committee, when we had conversation in the last committee meeting we had, I had some concerns with the language and what the conversation in that committee meeting was that let's just pass it on to the committee of the whole, and we can listen to discussion, and you can speak to it, and we'll see what the will and desire of the board was. So when people then come into the boardroom and say you cannot speak, you shouldn't be saying that the committee, that you want to revise what the committee has done, after saying in committee meeting, let's pass it to the committee of the whole to have discussion, I find that a little disingenuous. So I won't be voting for this policy change, unfortunately, even though I was a member of the committee. Is there any other discussion? Dr. O'Connor.
Yes, and for the record, I was not present at the last committee meeting because I was in a different committee meeting at that time. But I have made my position on this known the entire time, and do not believe that the policy is as strong as it might have been, with adding language that the superintendent agreed is already the practice. So to make it seem as though there was some tremendously problematic concern when the superintendent said it's what he's already doing and it is the practice anyway, to first try to resolve it with a board member and then bring it to the board if that could not work out. It doesn't seem that, I don't understand why the committee would not be open to such a suggestion, and I did make my concerns known along the way, but it was not present at the last meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis.
Since the phrase disingenuous was used to describe the work that I proposed, I'd like to clarify here that it was my recommendation and it was the committee's recommendation unanimously to bring this recommendation as it is written here to the committee for a vote. There were amendments proposed here that did not pass, and now we are back at the original amendment as presented by the committee. And I appreciate the 4 members of this board who were members of this committee for participating in that. And I appreciate the 3 members of the board who attended the meetings as non-voting members who participated in this. And it would be my recommendation that we follow the will of that committee to vote this recommendation as it is written here.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. O'Letter.
Call the question. Show of hands.
Do I have a second to call the question? Second. I have a second.
Madam Chair.
There's no discussion on this.
It's just a point of
order? Okay.
Is it appropriate to continually call the question during a board meeting when some people's items are allowed to extend and extend and extend, or is it not appropriate?
I don't.
I believe that.
Following.
I believe the point of order to answer it technically under Robert's rules. If it's a brand new motion to call the question, then it's on the floor for consideration.
Okay. So I'm doing my best, Dr. O'Connor, but I'm trying my best to follow Robert's Rules of Order.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. So all those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So we'll vote now to go back to accept the ad hoc committee's recommendations for revising board policy BBC. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No. I think I've got this right, but let me see, a show of hands if you, an aye for approving the policy as presented. Raise your hand. 5, 6. 6, okay. And opposed? 5, right. Okay, so the motion passes. Item 3.03, J.E. Serene Scholarship Awards. There is no recommended motion. I think it's a presentation. Dr. Royster, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Wait,
Dr. Royster.
sorry.
Mr. Rhodes, I believe, has a presentation on Serene Scholarship, and I don't believe that presentation is simply for information, is it not, Mr. Rhodes? Thank you.
As is tradition, I'm sharing with you the application numbers for our scholarship program. I'd like to express my thanks for your support for this program. We continue to grow interest and quality applicants for this. We had 1,001 applications. 675 of those were new applicants, meaning they were either our graduating seniors or students currently in college who have not applied before. And then 326 of those 1,001 were renewal applicants, meaning they are continuing to maintain their scholarship at the college or university where they attend. And those numbers are staying pretty consistent, reflecting that students that are awarded this scholarship, for the majority of the cases, are keeping that scholarship, which is our intention. That concludes the report that I have. There will be another report later in the summer showing you more information about those students who were awarded the scholarship and their plans post-graduation. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Do we have any questions about the Serene Scholarship Program at this point? What was that? No? Oh. All right, Mr. Rhodes, look at that.
Thank you, Dr. Rhodes.
All right, item 3.04, proposed revision to policy CEI, School Superintendent Evaluation, effective January 1st, 2019. So we have a recommended motion and two people, Mr. Lewis and Ms. Grayson, who are bringing this item to us. Ms. Grayson, would you like to speak to what you propose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Lewis and I talked about this about 6 months ago when we changed the date of the board elections to June. We discussed whether it would make sense to move the superintendent evaluation to the fall for several reasons. One, we have so much going on in April, May. You know, we've got the strategic plan, the budget. This meeting alone has demonstrated that there's just a lot going on in the spring. And also, we're evaluating the superintendent based on test data that, currently, we're behind. In other words, we're evaluating him on test data that we got last year, and we get our test results in October. And so by moving the evaluation up to November, we accomplish several things. We give the board chair, if it's a new board chair, time to work with the superintendent before his evaluation. We also give newly elected board members the time to get to know the superintendent before they're expected to give an evaluation. And we are allowed to look at current test data from the immediate preceding year while it's current and evaluate the superintendent on that rather than waiting and doing the prior years. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Grayson. Mr. Lewis, do you want to speak to this item?
Only to add that this was a discussion that came up during the superintendent's evaluation as well a year ago. And at that point, we asked the superintendent to give us recommendations for what time of year would be the most appropriate time to schedule his annual evaluation that would allow us to look at the test data. So this recommendation comes from questions asked by the board and answered by the superintendent, and I hope that we can support this change so that we can better align our evaluation calendar with our event calendar for the district.
Thank you. And I'm going to, since this does affect you, Dr. Royster, you want to make any comment, speak to this change in policy?
To follow up on Mr. Lewis's comments, my input was sought in the development of that motion. It does those things that Ms. Grayson has outlined. It moves the evaluation to a point after which we've received the data for the immediately preceding school year. Generally, we receive that in October. Gives Dr. McCreary and his staff time to further break out that data, analyze it, particularly as to subgroups, which we don't always get reports back as to subgroups directly from the test companies. It also means we will have closed out one fiscal year, so we know the status of our budget for that from the preceding fiscal year. It just seems a more logical time from the perspective of the data that's available. It also seems to be a more logical time for the other reasons that were mentioned. In an election year, every other year, you could have the possibility of 6 new board members taking office, and they would be called upon to evaluate a superintendent that perhaps they had only worked with for, depending on when the information is sent from the superintendent's office to the board for evaluation, a 2.5, at most a 3-month window of time. It also moves the evaluation to a time that is less busy for both the board and the administration. If there is a time during the year where our work is less intense, as far as from the administration standpoint, it's actually the fall. It is, as you imagine, very intense this time of the year, actually also over the summer for various reasons. It makes the most sense, I believe, when you look at all the factors that go into the data, the collection of information, the promulgation of that information, and giving people an appropriate timeline of knowledge if they're coming on new to the board. So I'm certainly fully supportive of the recommended change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roysters. Are there any other questions or comments, discussion? Ms. Roller.
Call the question. Where is the documentation in writing from the superintendent for board members?
What was the question? You mean the narrative that he provides? What do you mean? Can you point me to a specific sentence?
Just a moment.
Okay.
The evaluation shall be based on board members' personal perceptions and experiences and shall also incorporate documentation provided by the superintendent and board members. Where is the documentation provided by the superintendent?
That's that narrative that the superintendent provides in advance of the evaluation each year.
I had to miss that this year, but thank you. I'll go back and look over it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Ms. Roller?
These are simply grammatical things, and I can talk to Nancy later.
Okay, or Mr. Webb. That'd be great. Yeah. Yep.
It's no big deal.
Okay, that's great. All right. If there are no other questions or comments, the recommended motion is to approve the revision to board policy CEI as presented effective January 1st, 2019. Now, I am thinking to clarify as I'm speaking, there's a reason that we are saying this is going to be effective January 1st, 2019. I don't think you addressed that when you talked about the changes, did you, Ms. Grayson? And I missed it.
Not specifically, but that would, the effect of that would be we missed this fall, and it's effective January 1st, 2019.
Okay. So it doesn't change anything contractually for the superintendent?
No, it's not. There's no specific date, and we looked at his contract. There's no specific date mentioned, so we won't have to make further changes to his contract.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I don't have a motion. Did we put the motion on the floor? I don't believe we did. Did we? Right. So, Mr. Saylors.
I move to approve the revision to board policy CEI as presented effective January the 1st, 2019.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, on the motion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the administration portion of the agenda.
Way to go,
And I will
Ms.
turn
Wells.
it back over to Dr. O'Connor.
Thank
You
you.
want to do building
and
grounds?
I will turn it over to Mr. Sailors.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The first item of business in order is item 4.01, Facilities Project Report. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Mr. Mills, do you have any report, or are you simply prepared to answer questions that might arise from the report that was submitted in the board documents?
I'm here to answer questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Mills? Mrs. Wells.
Mr. Mills, I would like to perhaps, in the next few months, get an update, a little more explanation on where we are with Fountain Inn, just in terms of the timeline for design completion, stakeholder input, all those pieces. I'm not going to ask you for that today, because I would have preferred to send that to you so you would have been prepared. But if you could put that down, and I can send you some specific questions, or send that to Dr. Royster in the next month or two.
Yes, ma'am, we'll certainly provide that information.
I assume you're on schedule right now, though.
We are nearing the end of the schematic phase of the project, yes.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sailors.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Mills? If not, I've got two very brief ones. Terry, when are we going to be able to have a tour of Rudolph Gordon?
We are having an OSF final there today, and we should be able to conduct tours in the very near future. It would just be something that needs to be arranged.
Well, Ms. Fitzer will poll you all to get a time that's convenient. Gordon. Rudolph
Gordon. Okay, sorry. Work on my linguistic skills. Thank you.
I can tutor for free.
The second thing, too, is related to Roper Mountain and Harrison Hall. I understand that it passed OSF inspection.
Yes, sir. We had an OSF inspection last Wednesday morning, and we have a certificate of occupancy for that facility.
How did the budget turn out?
We brought the project in under budget.
Okay. So all of the existing building had been renovated, the roof, new heating and air systems were put in the building, the marine lab was totally rebuilt, redesigned, if you will. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. With one exception, we did not completely replace the HVAC system in the building, but there were some modifications and upgrades to it.
Okay. I know that between that building and the new one that is to be constructed, how are we handling the sewer? Because there's a lift station there in that area. Did we go ahead and upgrade the sewer as part of this renovation?
No, sir, we did not. That's going to be addressed as part of a larger study when we look at the new building, the existing Harrison Hall, and then in the future Kate facility that's programmed there. We're going to do a utility study and figure out how to address all three of those items.
So then we're not, if we have to go in there then and upgrade the sewer system, we're not going to take it out of the new building's budget, are we?
No, sir, we would have to put some additional funds with the project.
Okay. Any other questions about the facilities upgrade? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mills.
Yes, sir.
The next item of business in order is item 4.02, the renewal lease agreement between the School District of Greenville County and the City of Greenville related to Augusta Circle Elementary. There is a motion. Is there a maker?
So moved.
I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Lewis.
Dr. Rocher, could you just clarify for me, so when we look at a school like Augusta Circle, we're entering into this lease agreement with the City of Greenville. If an entity wants to make facility improvements to, like, say the PTA wants to expand the playground, then do we have to go back and is it covered in the lease, or do we have the ability to do that on our own?
Any improvement that we want to make, we would just be able to make.
Okay.
Now, any improvement that, if the city wished to make some improvement, then obviously they would have to come and secure our permission to make that improvement.
Okay. So the PTA can follow the normal process of going through the principal and then going to the, what is it called, a K?
DFK. Yes, sir.
DFK. And that opens the relationship between permitting of the city and whatever city approvals we would need.
If any approvals would be needed. General, some city requirements we have to comply with, others we don't.
Are there any, and I know we're looking at each of these leases separately, but just for the interest of time, are there any of these 4 leases where the playground structures that are on these playgrounds are owned or were funded by something other than the school district? So like, does the city, did the city fund these structures?
I don't think there are any in here. I'll let Mr. Mills look at that and make sure, but if you buy it and put it on our property, our initial agreement to do that, at least the ones I've been part of in recent years, now it's ours.
Okay, so they
can't speak for something that might have been done 20 years ago, but once we accept it, then it becomes ours.
Okay, so we take on the responsibility of replacing, if playground equipment is on one of these school properties, and whether it was given to us or we purchased it, we take on the liability of replacing that equipment.
We might go back to the person or the entity that put it there, if it needs to be replaced, and ask them to do it. We might choose to do it, or we might choose to remove it, okay. But it becomes our property once they put it on our property, absent a specific written statement that it doesn't. And I think maybe all of those have already expired, Terry. We have not engaged in leases like that.
We have not. I take you back to the property that we recently sold, Tyndall Avenue. The structure there, the playground structure there, belonged to the city. It was their property. They put it on there. They maintained that park. When we sold the property, they came and got their property.
Okay.
They removed theirs. But that's, as Dr. Royster says, they put it on our property, it becomes our property at that time.
Okay. But if the school determines that a slide needs to be replaced or whatever, that's a school action that needs to take place.
If it's on a piece of equipment someone else put there, we would likely first try to get them to replace it. Failing that, then we'd replace it.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Any other questions on this item?
I'd like to.
Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
could you repeat the motion?
The motion, well, the actual motion said so moved, but the motion from the administration was to approve the lease agreement between the School District of Greenville County and the City of Greenville for after-hours use of the playground area located at Augusta Circle Elementary for a period of 5 years beginning May of 2018.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item of business in the order is item 4.03. The recommended motion coming from the administration is to approve the lease agreement between the school district and the City of Greenville for after-hours use of playground area located at Augusta Circle Elementary for a period of 5 years.
Yes. Mr. Sellers.
Yeah, somebody straighten me out on this one.
East North Street Academy.
East North Street. And what's wrong with my computer?
You want 402?
No, I've got 403 and my screen didn't change. I'll tell you what, I can do this. I got it. The motion from the administration to approve the lease agreement between the school district and the City of Greenville for after-hours use of playground area located at East North Street Academy for a period of 5 years beginning May 2018. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Is there any discussion?
Do you need a motion?
I did. Would you please make the motion?
I would make that motion to approve the lease agreement between school district and the City of Greenville for after-hours use of playground located at East North Street Academy for the period of 5 years beginning May 2018.
Second. I second.
Motion been properly made and duly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item of business in order is item 4.04. The renewal lease agreement between the School District of Greenville County and Sarah Collins Elementary. Is there a second? Is there a motion as listed from the administration? Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Sales, I make the motion to approve the lease agreement between the school district and the city of Greenville for after-hours use for the playground area located at Sarah Collins Elementary School for a period of 5 years beginning May 2018.
Second.
I have a motion properly made and duly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the motion carries. Next item of business in order is item 4.05. The lease agreement renewal between the city of Greenville and the school district related to Summit Drive Elementary. Is there a maker? Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Sales, I recommend that we approve the lease agreement between the school district and the city of Greenville for after-hours use of the baseball field, walking track, and playground area located at Summit Drive Elementary School for a period of 5 years beginning May 2018.
Second.
We have a motion properly made, duly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Dr. O'Connor, that concludes the building and grounds portion of today's agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sailors. And Mr. Meek, I believe that we are ready for you.
You're never ready for me, but I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. And we are adjourned. Immediately following the cow, we will have a special called meeting. And unless someone is clamoring for a break, then I will take the word immediately. Ms. Roletter? Would you? Okay. I'm sorry. I think we will proceed, and I'll call the special called meeting to order if staff are all in position for that. Would you please let Ms. Ventus Wells know? I'd like to call the special called meeting to order. And the first item on our agenda is the adoption of the special, the 5-year strategic education plan. I'll need a motion. I'm sorry, coming from the committee of the whole does not require a second. Is there any further discussion on the strategic ed plan? Mr. Lewis.
I'd just like to say thank you. I know this was an incredibly long process. I appreciate the staff for the months that were spent on this. I appreciate the chairperson for giving us over 20 hours of board discussion on helping craft the strategic ed plan. I appreciate the board for working through nearly as many hours in the COW in approving the ed plan. I feel like it's a good document, and I really appreciate being a part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Are there other comments? I think he spoke for all of us in our gratitude for the work of all concerned. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And the strategic ed plan is passed. Yay! Yeah, no. Okay, our next item on the agenda is going to require a motion to go into executive session. Ms. Wells?
I make a motion to go into executive session for an employee grievance appeal. Mr. Webb, is that good enough?
Personnel item, which is an employee grievance appeal. That's correct.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And please step across.
Dr. O'Connor, I didn't hear somebody second my motion.
I second. I will second.
Okay. Now we will. Okay.
Okay. I'm sure I heard Mr. Lewis. So we will go across the hall to executive session. Thank you.
Watching out for you, Sherry.
That's Crystal, what she
What was she called?
Madam Chairman,
We've come out of executive session, no action was taken. Mr. Meek, you have a motion?
Yes, I move that the Board of Trustees affirm that no discrimination or retaliation has occurred against the employee and deny the grievance appeal.
Have a motion, do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And the motion carries. Mr.
Madam
Meek?
Chairman, motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Just all excellent. Came as quickly.
The one time we moved fast.
Came as quickly as I could.
Nancy, should I just